never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Time to strap on the headphones and get ready for Christmas Eve. Yeah, that's what we'll be working our way into the 23rd day of December. It's almost here. Christmas weekend is upon us. The most wonderful time of the year, right? So this will be my final show before Christmas, and then we'll be back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week as we head into the New Year's weekend and close out the year of 2021. We've been talking in recent days. I've mentioned several times. So many of us felt like we were anxious for 2020 to be behind us. The year of the pandemic, and you thought, as we got into 2021, hey, the vaccines and all this, life is going to get back to normal. Or not. I'm looking here at the report. You'd think 2020 was bad. Well, more than half of the American people say this year, 2021, was the worst year of their lives so far. Wow. Survey of 1,000 adults conducted by one poll. Looking to get an end-of-year reflection on a number of subjects, and they found 53% feel that this year has been a very unpleasant year for them. However, 7 in 10 have high hopes for 2022. That it will be an improvement from 21. They break it down by varying age categories. Millennials, those 25 to 40. Most dismissive of 21. 66% said it was a tough year. It was 62% for Gen Zers, 18 to 24-year-olds, and 43% of Gen Xers, a Gen Xer is 41 to 56-year-old, all sharing the 21 wasn't the best year. Meanwhile, 56% of baby boomers, those 57 and older, disagreed entirely. When asked about the overall outlook on life, nearly 8 in 10 respondents described themselves as optimists. Another 61% identified themselves as idealists who envision things as they could be. 19% prefer to be a realist who see things as they are, they say. Yeah, the study also put parenting under the microscope. Being a mom or a dad was more hectic in 2021 than it even was in 2020. But 3/4 of parents are optimistic that they'll make up for some lost time with their children in the coming year. And many, 66% of parents, said parenthood has been more difficult for them this year than even when the pandemic began back in March of 2020. Farewell to 2021, right? We can only hope for 2022. Deja vu, right? All right, meanwhile, as we look around the country, I pull up the radar screen here. An overwhelming majority of the country is quiet tonight. In the north, in the northeast, we do have some lake effect snows. It's not widespread, but just enough in many cases to drop a dusting or a coating that could cause some slick road conditions. I'm looking at the advisory from the Weather Service office in Binghamton, New York. It's not enough to prompt even winter weather advisories, just a special weather statement that says lake effect snow showers will continue through central New York with some embedded heavier bursts of snow reaching south into the southern tier and into the western Catskills at times. Visibility could be reduced to a quarter mile, and a quick coating of snow could cause some hazardous travel conditions overnight. So watch out for those slippery roads. And this advisory was put out here just a little before 11 o'clock, but they call for the snow to begin tapering off and lifting to the north after about 2 o'clock in the morning. So really, it's like just a few more hours where these lake effect snows will continue to come down. We get out of the western third of the country. Much broader advisories, winter weather advisories, even a few winter storm warnings have been hoisted, obviously, for the Sierra Nevada in California up through the higher elevations there in Oregon and all the way in through Washington. Winter weather advisories for western Montana, parts of Wyoming into Utah. More winter storm warnings for the north central and northeastern portions of Utah up through western Wyoming into the south central portions of Montana. We're going to see a lot of wind, apparently, with this next storm as well. We have high wind watches in place for central and eastern New Mexico, on up into southeastern portions of Colorado, right through central and east central Wyoming as well. Winds are going to begin kicking as we head through the day on Thursday. Yeah, meanwhile, the potent storm that took aim at the Northwest earlier this week, the Pacific Northwest, has begun to drop down into California over the past day. And you're set to receive some drought-relieving rain and snow. And as we look ahead toward Christmas Eve, the rainfall could actually set some Christmas Eve records, according to forecasters here. So let's start with our look around the country out west. I'll zoom things out on the radar and move to the other side of the country here. And tonight, we've got rains in central California. A lot of rain from, say, Bakersfield, almost up into the Sacramento area. Some of that is some heavier rain as well. A little bit of a break between Sacramento and Redding, California. It is raining in Eureka. You get into northern California, the southern Oregon. Snow obviously depending on your elevation. But there's a lot of moisture poised to come ashore as you look out over the eastern Pacific there. Increasing amounts of moisture began moving ashore Wednesday. Snow developing across the Sierra Nevada mountain range. This is the beginning of an extended stretch of weather that's going to be impacting the southwestern USA. As we move through the overnight hours tonight, some heavy rains will drench the California coast as well as the southwestern edge of the Sierra Nevada. San Francisco and San Jose, just two of the cities that will be seeing some much-needed precipitation. The heavy snow then begins across the Sierra Nevada as well as parts of the Klamath Mountains. By later Thursday, moisture expands further east to the Intermountain West and the Rockies, which begins to help build the snowpack, but it will be hindering some of your holiday travel efforts there. Now, it looks like the rain will continue in Sacramento and San Francisco through the upcoming day. It's anticipated to stretch southward, reaching Los Angeles and eventually into San Diego. Some heavy rain may continue to pound those areas Thursday night and into Friday, Christmas Eve. Across Southern California, Friday will be downright miserable for those driving to family gatherings or church services there Christmas Eve, or going to pick out that last-minute Christmas tree. Heavy rain could even impact portions of Arizona Friday and Friday night. Heavy rain expected to spread over places like L.A. and San Diego, which could lead to ponding of water on the roadways, significantly reduced visibility, and that excess water runoff could lead to some localized flooding and mudslides, especially in some of the burn scar areas. Leave extra space between vehicles, stay aware of your surroundings, and slow down is the word. Drive with caution to help avoid countless accidents. By Monday morning, they're saying up to 8 feet of snow is expected to have fallen across some of the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada. At least 3 to 6 inches of snow in places like Medford, Oregon, and Reno, Nevada. This could cause some significant travel delays, particularly on the slippery passes. As I mentioned, winter storm warnings have been hoisted for parts of northern and central California, including around the Lake Tahoe area in the Sierra Nevada. Snow, not the only precip that's going to cause or be measured in inches. A general 1 to 2 inches of rainfall with locally higher amounts forecast for the end of the week in Southern California there. This could make for the wettest Christmas Eve on record in some places. One of those cities would be Los Angeles, home to nearly 4 million people, which has only had 3 Christmas Eves where the downtown area has recorded more than 2 inches of rainfall since they started keeping records back in the late 1800s. The years were 1892, 1916, and 1971. This year, 2021, could close out with the 4th, depending on the exact timing and intensity of the rain. At least an inch of rain in the city seems like a sure bet. But forecasters say anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain could fall in the mountains around Los Angeles. This may even seem reminiscent of when the city picked up over 2 inches of rain earlier this month. Remember? Back on December the 14th. Sacramento, Redding, Fresno could also measure at least an inch of rain from this storm. San Francisco probably going to have closer to 2 inches over the upcoming weekend. Rain on Friday could even be heavier south of the City of Angels, particularly around San Diego. In San Diego, December the 24th of 1940 is the top spot. First place for the most amount of precip on a Christmas Eve with just under 1.5 inches, 1.47 inches of rainfall there. But again, it is much needed rain for the drought conditions. This is going to help replenish some of the reservoirs And, of course, the higher elevation snow, the snowpack that really needs to build up. So you'll have the spring melt and the runoff as we head through the upcoming spring and into the summer months. Meanwhile, the warm conditions we've been talking about for several days, the warm-up, I guess you could say, is officially underway. Maybe the warmest Christmas in, say, maybe more than 50 or could even be 100 years for parts of the south central states. Several cities tracking toward their warmest month of December on record. Dallas, Houston, Oklahoma City, and Tulsa, Little Rock, Arkansas, and Memphis, Tennessee all stand to match or top the record high this Saturday, Christmas Day. Highs in the 70s and even 80s will be common for much of the south central region. Memphis and Tulsa, record highs that date back more than a century, or nearly a century, may be challenged. Record high for Christmas in Memphis was 76 degrees in 1889. Tulsa, the record is 73, set back in 1922. AccuWeather is projecting a high of 86 in Houston and 83 in Dallas on Saturday. Yeah, 86. I mean, you're pushing toward the 90 mark. Daily records for Christmas Day in both of those cities. Houston's current record of 83, set back in 2015, and Dallas, high of 80 from 2016, just a few years ago. Oklahoma City projecting a high of 78, which would shatter the old record there of 73. They're also predicting a high of 78 on Christmas Day to the east in Little Rock, Arkansas, which has a Christmas record high of 73 degrees. That mark has not been threatened since 1942. The winds also, as I mentioned, gusty winds will also accompany this Christmas time warmth. Could be more of an annoyance for those planning to take advantage of the warmer temperatures, spending time outdoors. Winds from the south-southwest and west forecast to range from 15 to 30 miles per hour or higher, and could raise the risk of brush fires, igniting, then quickly spreading over parts of the central and southern plains. So it's going to be a Christmas where you could actually fire up the grill or the barbecue pit. And they're advising any open flames, do so with caution, because those winds may be strong enough to kick up dust in parts of Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, Colorado, and New Mexico. It's not going to be anywhere near what we saw with the big dust storm from last week. Travel conditions could be tricky at times in some of the open areas, though. Obviously, it's already been an unusually warm month for the central and southern plains. Temperature departures 5 to 10 degrees above average. We will see a cool-off coming up next week for the final week of December. Now, that northward bulge in the jet stream has been responsible for all this warm weather that's been persisting for much of December. But that jet stream begins to shift to the south once again, finally next week. So that probably won't bring enough cool air to avoid the warmest December on record in many locations over the south central region. But you begin to see a trend of cooler temperatures. It's kind of crazy where you're looking at these unseasonably warm temperatures in places like Dallas and Houston. Just recall back, technically earlier this year as we were into the heart of winter, the unbelievable freeze that occurred. As we all recall, the freezing temperatures, the power outages that impacted Texas, the broken water pipes, the flooding, what a mess. All right, there's some of our travelers' weather around the country as we get the show on the road this Thursday morning. Hello to Roy checking in. Horse Feathers, of course, is on board. Roger, morning, Steve. We've got 12 degrees in Buckskin Bay this morning. Brad checking in there in Baltimore. Baltimore, the one in Ohio. Okay, Baltimore, Ohio. Merry Christmas from Tallahassee. There's Joe. Have a safe, happy holiday, everybody. Matthew's on board with us once again from Bowling Rock, Illinois. Spending the Christmas weekend with the relatives there, the aunt and the uncle. Heavy D. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. Stay safe and keep on trucking. Morning, Steve. Gilligan checking in. Hello to the fellow listeners. Windy and cold on I-81 tonight. 31 in Dublin, Virginia. There's Zorro checking in. Merry Christmas to all, and to all an overnight drive. 007 with us from Sullivan, Missouri at the Flying J tonight. Merry Christmas to all. Bidu checking in. Merry Christmas to the overnight drive crew. Looks like everybody's on the same page here, right? Merry Christmas. Let's see. John says 2020 and 21 were absolute scam years for myself. And I believe some people agree with me as well. Ho, 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 Santa Claus. Hey there. Morning, Steve. 50 degrees here at the Sharp Army Depot in French Camp, California. Headed to Monterey and the Presidio with the Wiggle Wagons and a day cab, then back to March Air Force Base. Santa Claus out this morning. See, Chevy guy said they're calling for 29 degrees in Augusta, Georgia. The Southwest Wisconsin Milkman checking in. Everybody have a Merry Christmas. Remember the reason for the season. There you go. Timothy says, Merry Christmas to Steve, Chris, Kyle, and everyone out there. Country Bumpkin checking in from the home 20. Trucks down till next Tuesday. Merry Christmas to all on the overnight drive. There's Captain Ron. Merry Christmas to the overnight drive audience. LSI Chemical, Hot Shot Secret, and our host, Steve Sommers and the Princess. Thank you much, Captain Ron. Semper Fi. Hello to Buckwheat. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Merry Christmas. Have a great, safe morning. Michigan Madman checking in. Good to have you on board there. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, on board, where it's a chilly 36 degrees at this hour. Going to do my delivery from Texas tomorrow. Then I'll be off for Christmas until Monday. Then right back at it. Monday pickup in Jasper, Georgia, headed to New Albany, Indiana. Then hammer down to Mason, Ohio, right there near the secret bunker to load, headed for Odessa, Florida. To deliver. And then another pickup going to Washington, Georgia, where I'll stop and see a dear friend and his wife. I wish only to get to visit a short time because I've got to get home to leave on the 31st for our vacation there in Florida. I got the 1st to the 8th. All right, going to try and play a bunch of golf, enjoy some adult beverages. Anyway, Merry Christmas to you and your family, to Chris in the Hot Shot Secret Nation, LSI, the team there, along with all my trucking friends, drivers, and listeners to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive Show. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, sounds like most of us are in a good mood, right? 21 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Got a lot to cover and some very interesting breaking news. I know, we're sick of talking COVID, but I would call it some positive developments. A very, very important announcement coming from the U.S. Army this past day. Again, good news. And we'll get to some of that all just ahead here as we roll into a Thursday morning, Christmas Eve, as we call it. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so undoubtedly, I consider it positive news, an alternative for those millions who remain hesitant to take the mRNA experimental vaccine. The alternative will now soon be the Food and Drug Administration authorized the new pill from Pfizer that the company says cuts the risk of hospitalization and death by 89% for those who come down with COVID. They got the emergency use authorization for use in patients 12 years and older who have tested positive for COVID and are at high risk. I guess, what's the high risk stipulation there? Plaxovid will be administered alongside a widely used HIV drug. A study of 1,200 patients released last month showed the drug eliminates nearly 9 out of 10 hospitalizations for coronavirus patients. This prescription-only treatment should be administered as soon as possible after a patient is diagnosed and within 5 days of the onset of symptoms. Tens of thousands of pills will be shipped before the end of the year, so in the next week, and hundreds of thousands more as we begin 2022, according to Pfizer. The U.S. government is paying Pfizer $5.3 billion for 10 million treatment courses to be delivered by the end of next year. Now, a statement from the White House says we will have over 250,000 treatment courses available in January, and we will be working with states to ensure those are being distributed equitably and fairly, and that the hardest hit communities are reached with the option. Now, the other drug maker was Merck, who says they've also developed a pill. It's not nearly as effective as supposedly the Pfizer drug. They have not received the go-ahead yet, but that could be coming within a matter of days, according to the report from Bloomberg. All right, we've got lots to cover here. Let's get to your calls, see what's going on. The world-famous Cool Breeze out of the box. What's happening, Cool Breeze?
Hey, ho, Steve Areno. How you doing tonight?
How many days till Christmas? Ha ha.
Steve, we'll get that out of the way right away. As everybody knows, it's one day till Christmas. Today is the last day before Christmas, right?
Well, this is Thursday morning, Cool Breeze. You got Thursday, still got to get through Friday. Friday's Christmas Eve. Saturday is Christmas, ding-a-ling.
Am I lost or something? Oh, no. You know what? I retired a while back, and I don't care what day it is.
So what's happening there?
We're going to have the coolest night that we've had in Florida. This will probably be the coldest night of the year tonight. We're going to be in the 40s in the morning for a low. That's freaking cold for Floridians.
Well, we're looking at
but it's not snowing or nothing.
Yeah,
we don't have any snow or anything like that going on.
28 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. I mean, I think we're going to start a little bit of a warm up here in the next couple of days as we head to Christmas, but it's pretty seasonable here.
Well, we got like 3 or 4 days of this a little bit of cooler weather. There was a front that came down, went down the whole state, and you could tell right away, like Wednesday night, Thursday morning, it dropped off real quick. And the weatherman's saying this will be the coolest night in the morning. So it's down to 50 right now, right here. I'm right in dead center in Tampa, Florida, and it's a little chilly for Floridians. It definitely is. Yeah, that's a good thing. They okayed the new pill from Pfizer there. I expect they'll probably be distributing that second week of January, I guess, is what they'll probably be doing.
Yeah.
Anything they can throw that way, throw towards it. Anything they can do. I still recommend the vaccine. I've got the full vaccine and the booster. And I find myself getting a little bit brave. I'm starting to go out a little bit more. Went out to dinner tonight with my grandson, and we ate pretty good. But I was a little bit scared walking in the place because it was slammed. It was slammed in there. It was full of people, and I didn't even wear my mask in there. And then I got, oh man, I didn't wear my mask when I went there. But you can't be too careful. I don't know. If I come down with it, I'll know right where I got it from. I got it from a restaurant full of people, and once I went in there, it's like, oh man, there's nobody wearing masks in here at all, but they're not, it's not a hard-nosed thing here. They're not making anybody enforce wearing mask or not. They put a sign on the outside of the door, wear your mask. If you don't choose to pay any attention to it, that be that. Yeah. And then it's kind of the same thing with the vaccination. It's your body. If you don't want to get a shot, if you want to get the vaccination, then that's your choice, But I don't see how anybody can. I mean, this is on the verge of being what polio was. And I remember when I wasn't in. I think I was like 14, 15, something like that. And everybody had to take the polio vaccine. And there was just no question about it. There was no yes, no, oh no, I don't want that. Parents took me down to the school where they were giving them out, and we took it, and there was no fight about it. We just had to take it, And we managed to abolish polio because of that, because enough people got vaccinated that it finally it got rid of it. And I hope the same thing happens with all this, all the different new Omicron and this Delta variant and this variant and that variant and all that. I hope they just get something that's going to take care of all of it, and we get something together here. But it scares me that there's like 40% of people out there that still have not taken even one vaccine. That's a scary statistic, even though it's been January. It'll be 2 years. 2 years we've been dealing with this. How much longer do you want to deal with this? That's the question. Is do you want to keep dealing with this and keep the country in semi lockdown, or like I'm scared to go to a restaurant because it's full of people that I might catch it, or
I'm not scared to go. I'm not scared to go to a restaurant. And the fact is that you see, but the cool breeze, the existing vaccine isn't going to end it. I mean, right now the Omicron, the vaccines aren't really doing anything. If you're vaccinated and even boosted, you're still able to catch it. You're just not going to get as sick as you otherwise would. I got to get to my news break here, but as far as something that might actually stop the COVID, that's the big announcement, a massive announcement from the U.S. Army. This past day, they say they have created a revolutionary single-dose vaccine. And it's going to be revealed within weeks. Now, it does not say in here whether or not I don't believe it's an mRNA scenario. This may be the one that those millions of Americans who've been hesitant, and even those, well, we'll give you the rest of the story, all right? That was a big announcement this past day. But first, a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Supreme Court agreed on Wednesday to take up disputes over the Biden administration's nationwide vaccine or testing COVID-19 mandate for large businesses and a separate vaccine requirement for healthcare workers. The brief court order said the court will hear arguments on January 7th. In the two cases, the workplace mandate is currently in effect nationwide, while the healthcare worker mandate is blocked in half of the 50 U.S. states. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is asking AG Merrick Garland for help concerning the city's gun violence.
Detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities address gun violence.
Chicago's had more than 4,200 shooting victims this year. This is USA Radio News.
Filling an opening at your company means more than just finding an employee. You're looking for a fit, a match. Robert Half understands that. We know you need someone who can do the work, someone who complements your culture. And of course, you need that someone fast. When it all comes together, it makes for a perfect fit. Satisfaction guaranteed. Robert Half, the matching experts in accounting, finance, IT, legal, marketing, and administrative staffing. Visit roberthalf.com/radio for more information.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants, By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you so much. Good to have you with us as we make our way into a Thursday, Christmas weekend. I can see it from here. It's right there. All right, big news, right? The U.S. Army saying they've created a revolutionary single-dose COVID vaccine. It will be revealed within weeks. According to a Defense One report, Walter Reed Army Institute of Research scientists are expected to announce a newly developed vaccine that works against all variants of COVID, including Omicron, in addition to other SARS viruses. The Army has reportedly been working on the vaccine since the virus first appeared nearly 2 years ago, receiving their first DNA sequencing of COVID in early 2020. The infectious disease branch of Walter Reed determined the vaccine must not only work against the existing virus, but all variants. Dr. Kayvon Mahardad tells Defense One that Walter Reed's spike ferritin nanoparticle COVID vaccine completed animal trials early 2021. Optimistic outcomes. The first phase of human trials finished up just days ago in December here with positive results. After final review, the vaccine will still need to go through 2 more human trial phases, they say. But the doctor says it is very exciting to get to this point for our entire team, and I think for the entire Army. The Army's vaccine apparently stands apart from the existing shots because it uses what they describe as a soccer ball-shaped protein with 24 sides, allowing scientists to attach multiple variants of the virus. Now, they do say human trials are taking longer than anticipated because Walter Reed needed to test on individuals who had not received other vaccines or have previously contracted COVID. Increased vaccination rates and the appearance of the Omicron variant have added to that difficulty. With Omicron, they're saying there's really no way to escape the virus. You're not going to be able to avoid it, they say, so I think pretty soon either the whole world will be vaccinated or have been infected. The Army's working to determine if the new vaccine will work for people who were already vaccinated or who have previously had COVID-19. We need to evaluate it in the real-world setting and try to understand how does the vaccine perform in much larger numbers of individuals who have already been vaccinated with something else initially or have already been sick. So it sounds like there's a ways to go with this. Now, he did say almost all of Walter Reed's personnel have had a hand in developing the vaccine. We decided to take a look at the long game rather than just focusing on the original emergence of SARS, and instead understand that viruses mutate. There's going to be variants that emerge, future viruses that may emerge in terms of new species. Our platform and approach will equip people to be prepared for that. That was the statement. Now, in mentioning the everybody's going to get it thing, are they overhyping it or not? Let me share the headline. Breaking news from the Daily Mail. Omicron. The wave will crash on the U.S. 60% of people will be infected by March. Now, remember that. That means millions and millions of vaccinated and unvaccinated. 140 million new infections. But 90% will never show symptoms, according to the University of Washington. 90%. All right, they break it down, just some of the talking points. Researchers at the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation say Omicron could cause about 140 million new infections between January and March. Infections expected to peak at 2.8 million new daily cases on January the 28th. Omicron will eventually affect about 60% of all Americans. But the majority will show no symptoms, and we will have fewer hospitalizations and deaths compared to previous surges. Omicron is believed to be milder. Deaths are predicted to reach a peak of about 2,800 in mid-February. Confirmed Omicron cases have increased by 19% day over day, up to 1,781 as of Wednesday morning, as the variant spreads before the holidays. So they're saying the cases are actually going to soar into the new year, but you're not going to see nearly as many hospitalizations or deaths as we had seen from, say, like the Delta variant. I mean, that's when they're saying 90% will show no symptoms. See, now keep in mind, you have no symptoms, you're out and about doing your business, but you're still shedding the virus. But I think that's some positive news, right? The strain is weakening. Yeah, Walter Reed. Yeah, again, the way they described that, they didn't say anything about mRNA technology, but that could very well be a game changer. But then again, if you think about the fact that they still have to determine whether this new vaccine can be administered to those who've already received one of the current existing vaccines. It may not. Now, what a kicker that would be. All right, we'll get to the calls here. Cool Breeze mentioned a chilly morning in the Sunshine State. Yep. After a chilly start, highs climbed into the 60s this past afternoon. This is out of Orlando. Yeah, we saw plenty of sunshine, but the skies cleared Wednesday evening as the coolest air in weeks settles into central Florida. Temperatures in the 40s will be widespread this morning, with some 30s sprinkled in north of Orlando. Patchy frost will be possible in outlying areas north of Sanford into interior Flagler, Northern Lake, and especially Marion counties. Now, they say the frost will not be widespread through central Florida. Then you begin to bounce back. Highs rebound to near 70 later Thursday afternoon with the sunshine returning. The quiet, sunny weather continues through the Christmas weekend, with highs returning to the mid-70s Christmas Eve and back to the upper 70s on Christmas Day. And the 80s may try to make a comeback shortly after Christmas, but a chilly morning for our friends there in the Sunshine State. Hello, Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. So how come the smart people at the Army can develop a vaccine that's actually a vaccine to end the virus when we paid all those billions and trillions of dollars to Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson and all them other supposed smart people to make a vaccine that, it doesn't help you not get the virus. What? Wait, this just shows what the whole pharmaceutical business is all about. It's all about the mighty dollar. It's not about helping people. If it was, I could say that there'd be a lot more treatments and better things for cancer and other things out there. As much as I hate to be a cynic or, what's the other thing there you always call everybody for not believing in them? I just, if they, I don't know. I don't think they want these things to be cured. I think they want them to keep being drug on, so they can keep making their high price drugs and, make their profit.
You think about it like this. I mean, they've Walter Reed said they've been working on it since, nearly 2 years now. And they still have 2 more human phase trials to go through. I don't know how long a phase takes. Is it 3 months, 6 months? If it is something like that, it may be another year before it gets the actual authorization for use. And if we had waited on that, no one to date would have had any sort of a vaccine yet, and anything to at least even help prevent getting deathly sick or hospitalized.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just being the, it's the whole culture of the pharmacology, and it just seems like there's a lot of things out there that could have things develop either better, faster, or make a more permanent resolution to things that just don't seem to ever go away. And you just, all this money gets put into this research and development, and it just never seems to go away, and I hate to point to the big C word, to cancer, but it's there, and it's, I don't know, shouldn't go there, but it just kind of rubbed me a little bit, and why wouldn't they, maybe they're not saying they are, but shouldn't Pfizer and Moderna and all them be working on a vaccination that's actually a vaccination as well, because by the sounds of it, they just made what they made, and they're like, well, there you go. Just give us our money, and we'll just keep distributing this around the world.
Well, I mean, I did hear Pfizer said that they're working on an Omicron-specific vaccine. But by the time, if you think about how quickly these mutations are taking place, by the time they come up with an Omicron-specific, we'll have another mutation, and it'll be too little too late, right? Sounds like the Army's approach to be able to attach. Sounds like the Army, their procedure sounds like it's going to be one that, if it's going to work against all the various SARS variants, that's the way to go. Yeah.
So anyways, to move on, I got a half dozen things I was kind of hoping to touch on here. Last night with the news there, they were saying how it looks like the public for the Christmas season is going to probably spend 11% more this year than they did last year. But like every other story, they always leave out the facts, Steve. They left out the fact that everything costs more. No kidding, you're going to spend 11% more. Have they looked at the inflation rate? Do you look at what things cost today compared to they did last year? But they don't say that. They make it sound really good because, everybody's going to spend 11% more. Well, it's not that they're going to get 11% more product out of what they spend it on. I don't know. And then you go and I see the people are starting to get to the governor out there in Colorado. What did they say? That petition's up to like 5 million signatures now. Boy, gotta love the internet. If this had been before the internet, would there even been a petition even got around to 100,000 people? But anyway, so I guess the governor's looking into it, going to decide, make a decision or whatever.
Right.
And, but again, they they didn't explain all the facts of the case on the news. You know, they said, well, this poor truck driver lost his brakes going down the hill, you know, and had an accident. Well, how much more have we heard than just he lost his brakes going down the hill? I mean, there was a lot more to it than that. It wasn't just that, you know, it was a freak accident where his brakes just went away going down the hill. There was, you know, he had knowledge of it before he even really started down the hill. And he had multiple ways to get out of it going down the hill.
I got an email from Vic here this past day, and he kind of touched on that last evening. And he's trying to explain, yes, he had opportunities. Again, the story that won't die, right? The story that won't go away, the 110 years. Does the sentence fit the crime is the big question. But the prosecutor in Colorado, he explains it, the prosecutor treated the accident case in the same manner as the Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade. Yeah, the guy that plowed into people, you know, literally murdered them as an intentional action. Now, he did not have the intent to kill people because it was an accident. Now, Vic said, I doubt the 110 years is going to stand because the LULAC is appealing the sentence. Secondly, if prosecuted under the wrong codes, he may actually get off on a technicality. But then the civil suits would follow with all the various traffic and safety violations, which could lead him to being sentenced more like what others who do similar actions. We had the story earlier this week, the guy that killed 3, the truck driver that killed 3, who's going to get, 3 to 5 years in prison? I have before me charges against a separate incident. Another truck driver responsible for a fiery, distracted driving crash that killed 2 that were amended on Tuesday. The charges were amended from felonies to misdemeanors. The wreck that occurred back in September here, just a couple months ago. According to WQWT, the truck driver, Yorkwin Crawford, rear-ended a car on eastbound I-80 in Lincoln, Nebraska, continued for a full mile before stopping, striking several other cars along the way. That accident killed a father and son. 41-year-old father, 7-year-old son. 5 others were injured in the accident. Investigators say speed and inattention were contributing factors behind the wreck, which led to Crawford's original charges of 2 counts of motor vehicle reckless homicide / willful, which would land him a maximum of 3 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. 3 years. Now, with the amended charges on Tuesday, those charges have been amended to only motor vehicle homicide. Crawford now faces up to 1 year in prison and a $1,000 fine. How's it right for someone to kill 2 and get 1 year, or kill 3 and get 3 to 5 years, and this guy to get 110? These, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, those are more traditional sentences for accidents that take another's life, especially if there's no drugs or alcohol or anything like that involved, which there was none of that in his case. But I digress. All right, so I just wanted to share that with you. Let me get back to horse feathers there. How does a guy get 1 year?
I don't know. I don't think that's anywhere near enough. The 1 in 3 years, I don't think that's anywhere near enough for taking a life. You have a responsibility with this job. I mean, that's nowhere near enough for that.
Well,
No, it should be at least 25 apiece. I think they ought to be in jail for 50 years apiece. or 75 for the other one. That's nowhere near it. You're taking somebody's livelihood away from, the father and son. I mean, there's a child that's never going to grow up. Put your family in that situation, Steve. Where would the Princess and Beth be if you and Steven got killed? I mean, at that point, I mean, where would Lisa be to support the family? And the thing is, right now, you look at the 23-year-old that had the accident that's now 25, that was Cuban national. I guess he's a U.S. citizen because he got here. What are they going to get out of him as a civil case? I mean, they can sue him for millions of dollars, but what in all actuality are they going to get out of him because of that accident? They're going to be left with nothing. And this, I don't know. It's nowhere near fair in my book. People shouldn't be able to walk away. I mean, I think these charges ought to stick as well as a drunk driving charge or something like that. If it was just injuries or there was some way to prevent it, bring it down. The deal in Colorado, I could see it being concurrent terms instead of consecutive to back terms. I didn't realize how that was all set up, but I still think he ought to have the full charges and have to serve against those full charges. But I could see him being so that they're all served together. But these other two cases you're talking about, where it's only 1 year and marked down to a misdemeanor for killing two people, absolutely not. There's just no. That's just totally wrong. I don't know. It's
like I said,
there's got to be more consequences. You've got to be more consequences to your action.
I'm just trying to bring up the comparison between the 110 years versus, and I mean, in 1 week's time, that's two separate cases in both of which the other case was going to be a 3 to 5 year sentence, and this one is now going to be a maximum of 1 year. Something just doesn't jive, does it? All right, it's 844-844-3388. News update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the NASDAQ rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is pleading for federal help with gun violence.
I have formally asked the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, to, with all deliberate haste, detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities like Chicago address the scourge of gun violence.
So far this year, Chicago's number of shooting victims is well over 4,200. On Wednesday, Governor Gavin Newsom pledged to keep California schools open in a statement he issued with the state's influential teachers' unions. This news conference took place one day after President Joe Biden said K-12 classrooms must not close. The joint statement between Newsom and the teachers' unions come as the Omicron variant emerges in the U.S. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell wants colleague and Democrat Senator Joe Manchin to switch teams.
Democrats are still trying to move forward with President Biden's nearly $1.8 trillion spending package after Senator Joe Manchin voiced his opposition to it, citing the hefty price tag and inflation concerns. Senate Majority Leader from Kentucky Mitch McConnell joins Fox News and says he admires Senator Manchin for sticking to his guns and says he's welcome to join the Republican Party if he wants.
I've suggested a good solution to his problem would be to come across the aisle and join us, where he'd be treated with respect. You recall the White House basically called him a liar Sunday, treated with respect and find himself in agreement with the party he was caucusing with most of the time.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The jury at suburban Minneapolis police officer Kim Potter's manslaughter trial for the killing of a motorist has completed its third day of deliberations without reaching a verdict. Potter is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter during an April 11th traffic stop. She said she meant to use her taser, but used her gun instead. And 9 days after a tornado demolished his 3-story office building in downtown Mayfield, Kentucky, Sonny Gibson stood in the debris and found his office cat Maddox unscathed. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Lost track. Did Denver ever get any snow? I think they did finally pick up an actual accumulation. Yeah, there's one city that has yet to officially see any snow, and that is Chicago. Yeah, Chicago's snowfall drought has officially reached record status. And forecasters say it may be sometime in 2022 before any measurable snow is recorded. As of this past day, the last time Chicago experienced measurable snow, a tenth of an inch or more, was back on March the 15th of this year. Yeah, late winter. They picked up 1.8 inches then. Snow has fallen. Some flakes have fallen on 5 occasions here in the month of December, but none was enough to measure, they say. Previous date for the latest measurable snowfall on record at O'Hare Airport was December the 20th, back in 2012. So earlier this week here, Monday, as a matter of fact, they shattered the record as no snow materialized Monday, and it's now into Thursday. They still have not seen. Now that winter has officially arrived, the immediate chances of snow look about the same as it has through the fall. Does not look like Chicago's in line for any accumulating snow through the Christmas weekend here. Matter of fact, highs rose into the lower 40s on Tuesday. No precip, frozen or otherwise. Yeah, we saw temperatures dip a bit on Wednesday, then rise again here as we head into Thursday. It's going to be a mild holiday weekend in Chicagoland. I say low temperatures probably won't drop below freezing here on Thursday night, and highs will reach around 50 for Christmas Eve. So not going to be a white Christmas there in Chicago. So they've set the record. As of December 21st, or Tuesday, there have been 181 consecutive days without measurable snow in Chicago. 9 more days would be needed to tie the old record. 10 days would break the record. So I guess that means they're down to 9, 8. Well, once you get through today, 7 days. 7 days, and they'll be maybe setting another record. Meanwhile, I'll get back to the calls here. Eskimo Mom is on board. Hi there.
Hi, Steve. I just want to give you a traffic report. Over there on 71, just before the Glencoe exit, mile marker 63. So coming down that nice little old hill. Somebody decided to lose it, and they had the right lane blocked. The left lane's the only thing getting through, and they do have first responders on the scene. So kind of be careful down through there. But with the snow, I would take a wet Christmas or a green Christmas over the white Christmas, because we've already had our measurable snowfall up where I live, so they can have it. But I want to just tell everybody in overnight drive land, Merry Christmas, and hopefully you all are safe. And as for me, I will be working tonight, working tomorrow night, off Christmas Eve night, and the groceries need to get delivered Christmas night, so you can walk into your local Meijer store on the day after Christmas, and if you need your milk, your eggs, or whatever, you can find it. So that's all I have so far.
Well, thank you so much, Eskimo Mom. Thanks for what you do. Yeah, that's the trucking community, right? Keeping the food and supplies on the shelf. Matter of fact, yesterday, they're kind of touting the Christmas crisis has been averted. You had Joe Biden and the CEO of FedEx. Crisis averted. Of course, they say we created that task force to address high prices and shortages of consumer goods, the pandemic-related labor and demand issues. After pushing for round-the-clock port operations, new transport rules, and listing the help of some of the big retailers like Walmart, Target, we've made significant progress. The much-predicted crisis did not occur. Packages are moving, gifts are being delivered, shelves are not empty. Shelves at grocery and drugstores are stocked at 90%. Deliveries are happening at a faster rate than prior to the pandemic. A record number of goods are moving through Southern California's ports, with shipping container wait times now cut in half, they say. So things are getting better, right? FedEx CEO Fred Smith said supply chain issues, they're not solved, but most of Santa Claus products were delivered to the consumer. Inflation pressure should ease as labor shortage in the logistics industry begin to get filled. We think the peak season's going to be a good one. So there you go. Last month, of course, Walmart made a decision to extend the port hours. They said that had a positive impact on the flow of their goods. Retailers pulled holiday imports forward by a couple months and launched some of their Christmas promotions early to ease some of the pressure on the overburdened supply chain. While thousands of loaded containers have been cleared from the docks, the busiest seaport complex, LA and Long Beach, still grappling with that flood of empty containers, and still about 90 container ships, they say, waiting offshore to unload. I guess you could say they've made some progress, but there's a long way yet to go. Hey, good morning, Dan.
Hey, good morning, Stephen. Merry Christmas to you and your family and everyone out there listening, and especially he's your employer, right? For having the show and everything. But I had called about Cool Breeze. I mean, I'm having a hard time following this person. He says that he's worried that he went into a restaurant where it was crowded, and he's going to get COVID. Nobody's masking, and that's in Florida. Well, Florida has the lowest positivity rate in the nation, but yet the things that he's advocating are being done in places like New York City, and they have the highest vaccination rate and the highest positivity rate, and they have a very strict mask mandate. The same thing with Chicago and some of the other cities up north. Philadelphia, I think, right. The other one. And so what's the reason behind what he's saying? I guess what I'm saying is, if that makes you feel uncomfortable and you're still that way, then why go? Unless he just forgot that he was going into a restaurant and didn't see anybody with masks on. I mean, I think he's got more of a political agenda than he does anything with any reasoning to it.
Well, and the fact that he was trying to equate the COVID vaccine, the existing vaccine, with the likes of the polio and whatnot, there's no comparison. This vaccine is not an actual vaccine. It'll diminish your symptoms. It does not prevent you from getting COVID. It's just trying to. That's what they're saying now, but that's not the way they left. I mean, if that's the case, then Joe Biden and the rest of them who are urging and insulting people like me, to get an insult from Joe Biden is really a compliment in my estimation for me. But, why should I take the vaccine if you're now saying, because they weren't always saying. Correct.
That you're not going to, it's just not, now it's supposed to be a therapeutic. Well, then when you add what one of your earlier statement you made, report that there is now an approved antiviral that's out there that you can take if you get COVID.
Yep.
Well, you're going to get that whether you're are you going to get that if you're vaccinated? Will you not get it? Or if you are vaccinated, well, then they may not give it to you right away. I mean, I just personally, I am confused about it. I really am. I mean, if there's an antiviral out there, and there's been monoclonal remedies, the hospital my wife retired from have issued 800 of them. They've used 800 monoclonal treatments on people, and everybody's survived. So I really don't get it. So, but I felt he was more wanting to make a political statement. Well, okay, but you don't have any proof to back up what you're saying, because Florida has the lowest infection rate in the nation right now. And that's kind of the way I look at it. The other question that I had was on a different topic, but with that Minneapolis case where that police woman
is being tried, which, quite frankly, I'm hoping she gets off. I don't understand why these police forces continue to use these tasers as opposed to, say, using bear spray or pepper spray. Mace, is mace the same thing as pepper spray? I don't know. But why not use that instead of Jacob Blake that was in the Kenosha shooting? That they tried to use a taser and it didn't work. And there's been so many cases of, police officers getting the taser out thinking they had the gun. Now, it don't look good for her because the jury wanted to see they wanted to hold that taser and see if supposedly it's a lot lighter than a gun.
Yeah.
But I didn't know, since you have a son who's in law enforcement, if he's ever discussed it with you, but in the case of George Floyd, if all Chauvin had to do, if he's putting up a struggle, is to go ahead and pepper spray. I mean, I once that happens, you got to have an ambulance to clean that guy up. And the more he rubs his eyes or tries to rub his eyes, but you haven't used any lethal force. So why mess with these tasers? Because not just a mistaken gun, but don't those probes have to be, they all got to connect and everything like that? You're sending out a wire, correct? Is that accurate, what I'm saying?
Correct. There's two wires, and if one of the probes actually gets into the body and the other misses, it's not going to have the effect. It's not going to shock them.
Yeah, so I don't, is that the same thing as a stun gun, is the taser, or is that different than a stun gun?
I think the taser, the probes are doing pretty much the same thing as the whole electrical shock that a stun gun would give you.
Well, I just, there's been, I mean, in St. Louis, we had the woman who, same case as Minneapolis. This was an individual who walked out of a grocery store with a couple $100 worth of groceries. She refused to stop. She got out the taser, but she got out the gun, shot her, and paralyzed her. And some people said that if Darren Wilson in the Michael Brown case, if he had just taken when the guy leaned into that police car, if he was able to, and that's the other thing, the ability to be able to get it. But pepper sprayed the guy, that would have ended everything. And I mean, he would have laid to the ground and whined. So, but that's what I had to say. And actually, 2021, from your standpoint, should be a pretty good year. I think you're in a better place than you were at the end of 2020. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I'm hoping everything works out for it. Again, we appreciate it, and I know you've got how many grandkids do you got now? 3 or 4?
Three.
3, yeah. Well, so you guys will be busy assembling things and putting batteries.
I've got Princess. She's got 2 things sitting at the front door. She said, "You have to put these together tomorrow." I'm gonna be busy. Yes,
Why
sir.
do you think I brought it? Why do you think I brought it up? So, but Merry Christmas to you. See, are you going to be on next week?
Yes.
Between the last week of the year, or you will be
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I'll be on. Yep. All right. Well, Merry Christmas, Dan. Thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Our number 844-844-3388. And back to your calls. Carolina Ghost Rider on board. How we doing, Ghost Rider?
Oh, just dodging a bunch of idiots out here tonight. I touched base with you a couple times. My son was having a kidney transplant. That was last Tuesday morning. Thankfully, it went exceptionally well. But something I found interesting, I was the person he designated to go back with him, back there, but I guess you call it in the pre-op area, and also afterwards. When I arrived at the hospital, they got somebody greet you at this door, and they ask you the standard questions. Have you been around anybody with COVID? Have you had a fever? And they hand you a mask. And they say, where are you going? And so I tell them. And from that point on, if you were going to an area where there were going to be transplants, kidneys, hearts, whatever, what kind of protocol would you anticipate going back there? Probably at least taking your temperature, maybe a little more questioning, because you're back there in a common area with other patients, not just my son. It's just separated by the curtains.
Yeah.
But it was absolutely nothing. Not a thing. So, I'm able to walk back there that easy. And then you got these liberal cities that you got to show, I don't know, whatever it is you got to show just to go sit down in a restaurant. It's pretty, I don't know, pretty confusing to me, I guess.
To say the least, yes.
Yeah. So, after the surgery, he goes back to a critical care unit for post-operative critical care unit. And, obviously there's other patients there, and I just walk right on in. And the only protocol is just have your mask on unless you're in the room. Once you're in the room, you can take your mask off and good to go.
And you probably have one of those, one of those little blue, the little blue mask, right? Blue on one side, white on the other. It's not an N95. And the scientific community I shared last evening, where even CNN, a medical director, said it's nothing more than a face decoration.
Well, honestly, the one that I used is the same one. We went to Disney last January, and it's just this very same mask I used there. It's cloth. It's extremely thin.
Yeah.
Nothing to it whatsoever, because it's hard enough to breathe with those masks on. So, I mean, I could blow a candle out easy with that mask on if I blew. So basically, it was nothing. It absolutely was a facial decoration. So yeah, it's nothing about, hey, you've got to wear this kind of mask. But the one that they were handing you at the hospital is like you said, blue on one side, white on the other, just the typical little cheap mask. So, all that being said, I don't say that the virus isn't real and people don't get sick from it, but I would have a hard time believing that anybody has died strictly from the virus without an underlying condition. I don't think you could take a perfectly healthy person that doesn't have anything in their medical background and give them the virus and it kill them. Now, they may think they're perfectly healthy. As we find out a lot of times with athletes, they're out there on the field and they drop dead, and then with an autopsy, they go back and they find that there was an underlying issue that they didn't know about. That's just my opinion on it. And I'm thankful that, what was the previous caller, Dan or whatever?
Yes.
Calling out cool breeze situation down there with restaurants, and talking to Demon yesterday. He was in California where, they're supposed to be masking up, and the restaurant he was in, he said there wasn't anybody wearing masks.
Huh.
So a couple of girls were pushing back on it in a place he was at, and I'm glad to see that's happening.
Well, hey, Dan.
But other than that, I'm going to jump off here.
Yeah, Ghost Rider, I'm glad the surgery went well. I hope the son, I think he's going to be in the hospital for a couple weeks, right? And it was his girlfriend that opted to give her kidney to save him, which is a heartwarming story. What a Christmas gift, right? Hey, let's get a news break, and we'll return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the NASDAQ rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is pleading for federal help with gun violence.
I have formally asked the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, to, with all deliberate haste, detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities like Chicago address the scourge of gun violence.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Country Boy, you are 100% correct. I got an email. Country Boy said, "Hey, Steve, the two words that put a damper on every man's Christmas. Assembly required." No joke. Or maybe some assembly required. I love it when it is some assembly. What do you mean some assembly? There's 150 pieces to this puzzle. Let's see. Got an email from Art as well. Thank you, Steve Sommers. I was on the road for 35 years. Started back in the early 70s. In my opinion, there's no radio show like it. Thanks for all you do, Steve. Have a very Merry Christmas. And to all the guys and gals out there that call in, be safe. Thank you so much, Art. Good to be here. And what do we got? I-80 update from Santa Claus out there in California. Yeah, dense fog advisory in effect in the Northern California area, the Sierra Nevada. Got the chain laws up. Chains required for all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From King Vale to the Donner Lake Interchange. Eastbound trucks are being screened at Applegate. Drivers must have maximum chains in their possession in order to proceed. Permit loads are prohibited right now. Westbound, pretty much the same thing. Chains required, blah, blah, blah. Westbound trucks are being screened 5 miles west of Reno. Drivers must have maximum chains in order to proceed. And again, permit loads are prohibited. So the snow falling in the higher elevations there. Yes, indeed. Hey, good morning, Sylvester. So according to your post last evening, you're getting ready. You're counting down to lockdown again, huh?
Yeah, well, they're bringing back masks tomorrow. As of midnight tonight, masks have to be worn again. And we're going to go from there. I'm guessing sometime between Christmas and New Year's, maybe after New Year's if they really push it. But because of the way it's spreading over here, they're really freaking out. So, I expected it to happen. Because one thing about the Australian government, it's very reactionary, and they listen to the fringe. They don't just listen to normal people. They listen to the fringe. So the fringe is going like, oh no, and they don't look at the actual science behind Omicron or, any of the others. They look at the reactionary, emotional side rather than what's really going on. It's so funny because I work in retail, right? And I've got a cold as I cough. And I was at work yesterday, and yesterday was the worst day. I was really struggling. But I had somebody, I actually sneezed, and this woman looked at me. Oh, I'm telling you, mate.
If looks could kill, right?
If he had daggers for liquor, I would have been dead on the floor. So funny. But the reason I called, I didn't hear Cool Breeze in this. Yeah, I used to call him something else, but I'm not going to call it that on here. Look, ladies and gentlemen and members of the concerned public, and you can let me say this or not, but people, don't listen to Cool Breeze anyway. But seriously, if you want to know about Cool Breeze, message me privately on the Facebook page, and I'll tell you about him. Don't listen to Cool Breeze. But the reason why I was actually calling, listen to Horse Feather's call. I agree and disagree with two things that he said. First, that thing I do agree with, this situation in Colorado, 2 to 3 years, sorry. It's a different circumstance and situation. Do I think the 1 to 2 years is appropriate for the guy on I-80 up there in Nebraska? No, it's not. That was like way, way, way light. Is 110 years too much? So if they were going by the guidelines in the with the charges, and that's why he was given 110 years. If they change that and make it so that he's able to, follow the, what do they call it? Not concurrent, consecutive. Instead of consecutive, have it concurrent. Yeah, I get that. I don't have so much of a problem with that. But he willfully ignored the rules. The sign, whether he could read it or not, sorry, he put his butt in that seat with that load of lumber. It was lumber, wasn't it? Yeah?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. And for anybody that's driven out west, that the company was KKW, right? Pomona?
I'm not sure about the company. I know that the company was out of Texas is all I know.
Oh, I thought, okay. Because I know that the photo that they show is a KKW truck. Now, if it's, okay, so I'm okay, I won't finish what I was going to say about KKW because I don't have a lot of respect for their drivers. But the thing is that he did this willfully, whether it's because of something direct or indirect that he did. He did not intend to kill those people. I believe that. But because of losing control of the vehicle that he was responsible for, and he made willful decisions, then he is still responsible for the death of those people. And not first degree, not second degree, probably third degree, or manslaughter. But this is what I have a problem with more than anything. And Horse Feathers kind of touched on this. You hear these people on the internet not giving you all the information. Well, Steve, I want to say this. For the individual who put me into a Facebook Messenger group about making sure that people knew where the this petition was, and so that they would get in there and sign the petition because it wasn't fair, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. You don't do that. You don't do that to someone who's an unwilling participant in that type of group. I'm sitting here listening and looking at this. This is the person's name and 27 other people. And one individual is somebody that I have known. And great. If you want to sign it, great. But you know what? Don't take other people and put them into a Facebook Messenger group where now I am now exposed to all these people that I have no idea who they are. I know this guy used to be a listener. I don't know if he still is. I'm not going to mention his name, but I unfriended him a long time ago because some of the crap he used to put on Facebook. But that was the first thing. Agree. What I do disagree with is this. The vaccinations are being worked on by Moderna, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and all the other companies around the world. Now, they've taken a lot of government money to work on these things. Yeah, I get that. But there's still businesses that are to make a profit. They're not charities. But let me tell you something. First off, AstraZeneca, they give away probably as nearly as much as they actually sell. They give away a massive amount of drugs, not just the COVID, the one that they're currently using for COVID. To say that, how much money have they made? Blah blah blah, and implying that they should be giving this away. Bull crap. I know for a fact that one of the companies, Pfizer, is in one of the funds that I have for my retirement. I don't want them to give away. I want them to make money. I didn't take the Pfizer. I took the Moderna. But the thing is, though, is that there are companies that have to make a profit. Making a profit on the COVID vaccine. You're starting to sound like some of the people over here, the socialists over here. They need to make a profit, and they need those profits to be able to go back into three things. one, expansion of the company; two, research and development; and three, continued development on debt and paying debt and funds and like bonds, et cetera, which is what we've got in our retirement. They have to be able to do that. Now, if you want companies to do things for free, I am so glad to hear that Walter Reed has come up with something and that they're going through the final trials of it. That's great. That's really good to hear. Because you know what? If that's true, and it's not just a coronavirus, because coronaviruses and rhinovirus, different things. So common cold is different to coronavirus. That could be, wow, changing of so many things, because you've got other viruses like HPV that causes cancers and things like that. This might be huge. That might be gigantic.
I mean, what was I'm trying to remember, what was the original SARS virus here a number of years ago? Was that the bird flu, or I can't remember what it was, but they never did find a vaccine for it.
Bird flu is different. They actually came up with something that was they were going to do trials on that. This is one reason why some of this stuff is so quick, is because SARS came about, and then before SARS actually spread around the world, because it wasn't nearly as virulent as SARS-2 COVID-19, it was basically knocked down in the wild, as they call it. In other words, human immune systems actually are what fought it and won the battle. But what we decided instead is we were going to try to play God and make it so that our bodies were better off working against the COVID-19 one, the SARS-2. But yeah, so they already had a lot of the research done. That's why Moderna and Pfizer were really quick off the mark, because they had already done a lot of research toward this. I think, was it AstraZeneca, or was it Pfizer that came from the UK? I think Pfizer did, didn't they? Which is the one that Eric Clapton took? Because he is the one that I did research about, because he was really attacked it.
I think he did the AstraZeneca. I do believe.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. If that's the case, then that's the one that came out of Oxford. But Moderna came out of the U.S. I can't remember which, whether or not it was privately funded or government funded or university funded. But anyway, the point is, if we're going to have a free and fair market, we have to have a free and fair market. This is one of the things, this quasi-socialism that they have here, and that's creeped into the U.S. too. Just look what's happening, man. I've said it a million times before. I see your future, dude. You don't want to do this. You don't want it to be this quasi-socialism that's over here where everybody gets a check. Whether you work or not. It's really, really bad. Don't let it happen. You got to stop it. You got to stop it before it gets too far. Anyway, look, I feel your pain about the weather over there, man. It's so bad over here. We had rain again today. We actually had storms today, and it's so muggy. I think what is the temperature right now? It's 77 degrees. It's a horrible life, man. Steve, love the show as always. And people buy the Hot Shot Secret. If I can buy it, man, you guys can buy it. Buy it. You got to support this show. Anyway, we'll talk to you later, man. You have a great one. Have a great Christmas, and we'll talk to you probably next week.
You got it. Thank you much. You do the same. You got it. All right, about 9 before the hour. Well, she got a little taste of her own medicine. Pennsylvania. Democrat Congresswoman got a little taste of the results of the policies that she supports when she was carjacked and robbed at gunpoint in South Philadelphia. Representative Mary Scanlon, approached by 2 armed men on her way to her vehicle this past day. They took the car, they took her purse. Neither at press time had been apprehended. According to the Philadelphia Inquirer, she's physically okay, but her vehicle and possessions are gone. Scanlon, a Democrat, represents Pennsylvania's 5th congressional district that include parts of South Philadelphia and Delaware County, PA. Her office issued a statement that said the two armed men approached her near FDR Park about 2:45 this past afternoon. She was carjacked at gunpoint. Following a meeting at that location, the Congresswoman was physically unharmed. She thanks the Philadelphia Police Department for their swift response and appreciates the efforts of both the Sergeant-at-Arms in D.C. and her local police department for coordinating with Philly PD to ensure her continued safety. Police told the station the suspects demanded the keys for her vehicle, took off with it. Vehicle was last seen driving westbound on Pattison toward Penrose Streets. The chief inspector who confirmed the incident tells the Inquirer that later the two suspects were last seen driving Scanlon's car toward I-95 southbound. The FBI is now involved in the investigation. Scanlon's government cell phone, identification, personal cell phone, and purse were also in the vehicle, according to officials. Philadelphia mayor, also a Democrat, released a statement after the incident. Everyone deserves to feel safe in our city. Sadly, as we know, that hasn't always been the case this year. The mayor's administration has been criticized for how it's been dealing with the spike in violent crime this year. Philadelphia, among over a dozen Democrat-run cities that have experienced skyrocketing crime, murders, rapes, armed robberies, all up in Philadelphia, which Democrats completely control. Their woke, Soros-backed district attorney, Larry Krasner, has been among the weakest on crime in the nation. Scanlon's expressed support for his policies in the past. Scanlon, the one that was carjacked, it's not likely she'll learn the lesson from this incident. Democrats never acknowledge when their policies are wrong. In fact, they usually double down. But you can bank on it. Philadelphia crime will continue to rise until the people there get fed up enough to stop electing Democrats. And we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
That's just a crazy story out of Florida. Highway patrol troopers say a driver backed into a gas pump, setting off a blaze that killed another person that was pumping gas on the other side. This was at a Shell gas station just north of Tampa Road, Wednesday afternoon. Just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, firefighters arrived to the scene of heavy smoke and an SUV engulfed in flames. After putting out the fire, they found the body of an adult female. The fire department says our hearts are heavy as we share that one adult did not survive this incident. The highway patrol said it appears to have started when a driver backed into the gas pump. A 60-year-old Palm Harbor woman was backing up to the pump. She hit the pump, and the pump actually overturned onto the woman that was pumping gas into the SUV on the other side of the pump. She was pinned between the gas pump and her vehicle before the exposed gasoline caught fire. Wow. What a way to go. A woman not identified, but died at the scene there. What a... You never know in this life, do you? You're just pumping gas. The strangest things that can happen. All right, I did a quick search on there, Sylvester. Eric Clapton did indeed take the AstraZeneca vaccine. And going back, this was probably 8 months ago, how deathly sick he got after taking the vaccine. He's been very, very outspoken. Even written a song and whatnot about the vaccine and the virus. But all right, with that, it is 844-844-3388. Of course, you probably know, but just in case you don't, Hot Shot Secret is the #1 selling additive stiction eliminator. The #1 selling additive available at Travel Centers of America and Petro stopping centers nationwide. Make your engine run better. Money back guaranteed, as a matter of fact. You can't lose. Grab your bottle of Stiction Eliminator today. All right, we close out hour number 2 here. Great to have you along for the ride. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the NASDAQ rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is pleading for federal help with gun violence.
I have formally asked the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, to, with all deliberate haste, detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities like Chicago address the scourge of gun violence.
So far this year, Chicago's number of shooting victims is well over 4,200. On Wednesday, Governor Gavin Newsom pledged to keep California schools open in a statement he issued with the state's influential teachers' unions. This news conference took place one day after President Joe Biden said K-12 classrooms must not close. The joint statement between Newsom and the teachers' unions come as the Omicron variant emerges in the U.S. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell wants colleague and Democrat Senator Joe Manchin to switch teams.
Democrats are still trying to move forward with President Biden's nearly $1.8 trillion spending package after Senator Joe Manchin voiced his opposition to it, citing the hefty price tag and inflation concerns. Senate Majority Leader from Kentucky Mitch McConnell joins Fox News and says he admires Senator Manchin for sticking to his guns and says he's welcome to join the Republican Party if he wants.
I've suggested a good solution to his problem would be to come across the aisle and join us, where he'd be treated with respect. You recall the White House basically called him a liar Sunday, treated with respect, and find himself in agreement with the party he was caucusing with most of the time.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The jury at suburban Minneapolis police officer Kim Potter's manslaughter trial for the killing of a motorist has completed its third day of deliberations without reaching a verdict. Potter is charged with 2 counts of manslaughter during an April 11th traffic stop. She said she meant to use her taser, but used her gun instead. And 9 days after a tornado demolished his 3-story office building in downtown Mayfield, Kentucky, Sonny Gibson stood in the debris and found his office cat Maddox unscathed. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
You recall when they came out with the initial, the first COVID relief package, forget what they called it, the very first one. The billions of dollars being made available to small businesses, recall all that? According to the Secret Service, nearly $100 billion at minimum has been stolen from COVID relief programs set up to help those businesses and people that lost their jobs. That estimate is based on Secret Service cases and data from the Labor Department and the Small Business Administration. The National Pandemic Fraud Recovery Coordinator revealing this week the Secret Service did not include COVID fraud cases prosecuted by the Justice Department, while roughly 3% of the $3.4 trillion with a T that was dispersed. The amount stolen from the pandemic benefit program shows the sheer size. The sheer size of the pot is enticing to the criminals. Most of the figure comes from unemployment fraud. About $87 billion in unemployment benefits could have been paid improperly. A big portion of that going to fraudsters. Now, the Secret Service said they've seized more than $1.2 billion while investigating unemployment insurance and load fraud, and has returned more than $2.3 billion of fraudulently obtained funds by working with the financial partners in the states to try to reverse some of the transactions. They've got more than 900 active criminal investigators looking into pandemic fraud right now. There are cases in every state. 100 people have been arrested so far, but there's a lot more than that out there. Now, one such case was actually a couple of guys in southern Florida pleading guilty here in the state of Ohio to leading a nationwide scheme where they fraudulently obtained more than $35 million in those relief loans. A 52 and a 55-year-old of Florida pleading guilty Tuesday of this week in Akron. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud. They're each facing up to 20 years in prison now. While many businesses in our communities relied on the relief funds to keep their doors open and their employees paid, these defendants profited off of a scheme that stole millions of taxpayer dollars intended for struggling businesses. According to the documents, these two guys led a group that fraudulently obtained Paycheck Protection Program loans that were guaranteed by the Small Business Administration over the COVID Act, the Relief Act. They initially obtained a fraudulent loan for Augustin's company, some company called Clear Vision Music Group. They used falsified documents. After that, they immediately began working to obtain larger PPP loans for themselves and their associates. They recruited other loan applicants and prepared and submitted fraudulent loan applications for them in the fact that they would get a share. We'll get you this loan. We get a piece of the action for all these different loans. The applications they submitted for all the loans in the scheme relied on fake payroll numbers, falsified IRS forms, and phony bank statements. at least 79 fraudulent loan applications they filed worth at least $35 million, and they had plans to be submitting more. Big bucks. A total of 25 people in this particular case have now been charged in Ohio, Florida, and North Carolina for their participation in the scheme. 20 convictions so far. Billions of taxpayer dollars going to the fraudsters. Yep, they're out there all over the place. Eagle, good morning.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. How you doing?
What's going on, Eagle? Good to have you with us. Final show before Christmas here.
Yeah. I'm making my way. Yeah, I'm making my way back to Texas now. I should be rolling into Texas on Friday night. So get ready for Christmas. So things look pretty good right now. Like I told you last night, I was gonna stay out until Monday, but I got truck problems, so might as well go home and come on back out next week. Yeah, I'm glad you on the radio. Like I said, Steve, I told you that a long time ago, and I'm glad the guy with Hot Shot put you back on the radio because, like I told you last week, you got the best nighttime show on out there right now, and hopefully you can branch out and get a little bit bigger and have more people getting in on the show and stuff. But as of right now, like I say, you're doing a good job, and you've been doing a good job. So that's the main thing, Steve, is that we got somebody to talk to at night. For some drug. I don't drive at night, but to show you how much I like your show, Steve. I drive during the daytime, but I stay up at night, to try to listen to you, even though I'm losing sleep. That's that's how how much I like the show. So but I still can still make it off 4 or 5 hours of sleep at night. So it ain't that bad. After your show go off, I go back to sleep for a couple of hours. So, but like I say, I look forward to listening to it at night. So now let's get back on to before I get started on the coronavirus deal. I want to wish all the truck drivers out there, the ones that call in and every night, the monkey gougers, the grumps, the guy called, I forgot what his name is. He called in I forgot what that guy's name was. He called in last night. Had heard him for a while. But all the guys that called has been calling in and was with you on your other station when you was with WLW, those guys. I want to say everybody have a good Christmas and be safe and come on back out next week and, continue doing your thing if you're at home for holidays. Now, a Merry Christmas, let me put it that way. Okay, now let's get back to the coronavirus situation right quick, Steve. Okay, let's go back to what Dr. Fauci said, which is an insult to anybody who is unvaccinated, such as myself. When he said, basically, Joe Biden said it in his so-called press conference yesterday. He said that you can celebrate Christmas with your family. Basically, what he said, you can celebrate Christmas with your family if you're vaccinated. If you're unvaccinated, then you're on your own. Well, I got bad news for you, Joe Biden. Real bad news for you, my man. You better check your statistics and listen real close. Is that the people that are vaccinated, as what we've been saying, Steve, they're still turning up positive. Apparently, somebody forgot to tell Joe Biden that, but he needs to go and check it out for himself. So it doesn't really matter, Mr. Biden, about being vaccinated. You still can celebrate. Like I told you last year at this time, Steve. Anybody that's out there, you need to go celebrate with your family. If you have some senior citizens, the people that are older, 70, 80-year-old people in your family, then you might want to be more careful. So those are the individuals that are more, successful to this disease, could possibly go to the hospital. But as far as the Omicron, Steve, I'm telling you, there's nothing to be afraid of with this new variant. You've given the stats of the amount of deaths, and it's very, very little. I wanted to get to the cruise ships before I hang up with you, Steve. The Omicron variant, it has shown that it's not a dangerous. They claim that it's spreading, which it seems to be true, because you see a lot of people that are turning up positive in the sports world, in the basketball, football leagues. So apparently it might be spreading fast, but these individuals are making a quick recovery with mild symptoms. So hopefully, like you said before, Steve, is that when these so-called viruses, do their thing and change over to something else, that means that they're getting weaker and weaker. And apparently that's the case with this. All right. Hopefully that's the case with this. So the next time it changes into another variant, maybe it'll be even weaker than what we got right now. Now, let's go with the cruise ships thing. My advice, Steve, I know that you're a big cruise ship person and you've had cruises with your show before. Me personally, I don't think I would go on a cruise right now due to the fact you're in an isolated area. Everybody is basically breathing the same air. You look at the cruise ship this last week where I think 40 to 50 people turned up positive. I don't think right now, me personally, if, I know a lot of people going on cruises this time of year, they're taking vacations. I don't think I would be on a cruise ship at this time. If, you might want to, even though I don't support the vaccination, maybe you need to be vaccinated. If you do get on a cruise ship, you need to be vaccinated. That's my advice to you. If you're unvaccinated, then I wouldn't go nowhere near a cruise ship. So for those of you people that's thinking about getting involved in that this time of year, you better check on that real closely, because the cruise ship is not a good situation. And as I said before, we hope you have a Merry Christmas and all your listeners out there. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle, you do the same. Be safe out there. Merry Christmas. Enjoy some time with the family there. All right, it's 18 past the hour. The FMCSA has extended the emergency declaration that was made in the wake of the flooding and landslides in British Columbia, Canada. The order applies to Canadian drivers who are providing emergency services and essential goods. It allows them to bypass certain FMCSA regulations when passing through the U.S. to avoid road closures in areas of Canada that have been cut off. Direct assistance does not include routine commercial deliveries, including mixed loads with a nominal quantity of qualifying emergency relief to obtain the benefits of the emergency declaration. The British Columbia government declared a provincial state of emergency back on November 17th. Remember the unprecedented rain, the severe flooding, the landslides. The FMCSA issued an emergency order to benefit Canadian drivers, providing those emergency services and essential goods. That was set to expire today, December 23. It will now run through the end of January 31st. They point out all carriers operating under the emergency declaration, the Canadian carriers and drivers operating commercial motor vehicles required to be operated by drivers clothing Class 1, 2, or 3 Canadian commercial licenses, and emergency vehicles must hold a valid National Safety Code certificate number issued by the appropriate authority, and proof of registration in Canada, must hold a valid safety fitness certificate issued under the Canadian Motor Vehicle Transport Act. So there you go. Carriers and drivers currently subject to an out-of-service order in the U.S. or Canada are not eligible for the relief granted by said emergency declaration, but I need another month to that. And we'll return into here on a Thursday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I've been hearing that story in the news breaks that, according to Merrick Garland, that the Attorney General, all those prisoners that got sent home during the pandemic, home incarceration. You stay home. I mean, if you're going to serve a prison sentence, boy, you talk about, in the lap of luxury, just spending your sentence at home with the family, and they even said some of them have gone out and got jobs. They've reversed course in a legal analysis, allowing thousands of those prisoners released at the start of the pandemic to stay home, remain free. Once the coronavirus emergency ends, in a rare reconsideration, the Department of Office of Legal Counsel issued the new legal opinion concluding that the Bureau of Prisons has discretion to permit prisoners in the extended home confinement to stay there. Now, the Attorney General says ask the OLC, Office of Legal Counsel, to reconsider the issue after personally reviewing the law. There's been months of intense pressure from a coalition of advocates across the political spectrum urging the Department of Justice and the White House to reconsider. Garland, as you've been hearing him say, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, found gainful employment, and followed the rules. We will exercise our authority so that those who've made rehabilitative progress and complied with the provisions of home confinement, and who in the interest of justice should be given an opportunity to continue transitioning back to society, are not unnecessarily returned to prison. I guess earlier this week he met with a group of people on home confinement to learn more about what their experiences and challenges have been. They share some of those stories, but so it's, COVID for some was almost like a get out of jail free card. Holly Harris, president of the group Justice Action Network, has been advocating for these people to remain in their home confinement. She said, I screamed into the phone, It's a Christmas miracle. Okay, that's get out of jail free. I don't know how much time some of these inmates still had to serve, but yeah, again, there's thousands that have been pretty much released. Hello, Heatwave. What's going on this morning?
Oh, I'll tell you what, you caught me in the middle of an order here. Can you cycle me back one caller, please?
I certainly can. So I'll just bump down here and get to Brad in Baltimore, I believe it is. Morning, Brad.
Hi, Steve. Just wanted to check in with you and wish you a happy Christmas and a Merry Christmas to you and your family this year. And wanted to give a shout out to my cousin David, who's a truck driver. We've talked about your show many times over the years. We called each other and said, hey, you got to listen to Steve Sommers if you don't have him on. And usually we did. But hey, on that discussion about the electric vehicles the other day, my niece came over from Indiana, and she had a brand new Volvo electric vehicle with the gasoline backup motor. And I noticed how big the rotors were on that car. And she says, oh, yeah, it rides really nice and stuff. So I looked up how much it weighed. And this SUV that was smaller than my Tahoe, it weighs as much as my 1-ton pickup truck.
Really?
That battery must just be super heavy in that. Yeah, I was really surprised at how heavy. I looked it up online and saw how heavy it was. But tonight's my last night listening to you live. UPS is cutting loose all their retirees after tomorrow, and we'll be back on retiree status. So I'll be listening to you on the podcast after tonight. And I'll be back to listen to you during the day in the garage and out in the yard and at the reloading bench as I get ready for another season of competition shooting that I'm able to do since I've retired. But I might call in some night, but I'll sure be listening to you on the podcast.
I'm kind of intrigued. Tell me, what are they doing? You talked about the retirees. What have you been doing? Like, is this just like a holiday thing where you've been just short-term deal or what?
Yeah, if we're a retiree and you left on good terms,
mm-hmm.
they allow us to come back and work in November and December as they need us.
Ah.
And we still. It doesn't interrupt our retirement payments or anything like that. But, we're paid the same as what we're paid as, a top rate driver would be paid. And for the most part, they just have us working in the yard, spotting trailers and stuff like that. A few guys go back out on the road, but I just spotted trailers this year. But it's a real good deal, just a little way of padding your income. And I think I put in 6 weeks this year. It was real fun to get back out there and see my former co-workers.
That's interesting. Well, I haven't heard any complaints or seen any reports that the last couple of years have been all these issues with, I didn't get my packages on time. It was promised by Christmas and we didn't get them. Everything seems to be running smooth this year from what I'm seeing.
Yeah, our system's getting 100%. We're not running behind on anything that I see, at least in Central Ohio. I can't speak for the post office, but yeah, I haven't heard anything bad about the post office. And I just heard a report the other day on the news that UPS and the post office is running at 95% plus on their delivery times, and FedEx is only down about 85%. But that's a whole lot better than it was last year for the post office.
No doubt. All right. Well, thank you for tuning in and catch those podcasts each day. And yeah, when you're up late some night, love to hear back from you once again.
All right. I'll be listening.
Have a Merry Christmas. We'll get a news break here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the Nasdaq rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, matter of fact, a couple weeks ago, my son was one of those participants in the Shop with the Cop program, as they call it, where they take some of the needy children, take them into the local store, and they get to pick out some Christmas presents. Story out of Florida. I don't know if this is on a national scale or just an isolated incident there, but they say for the past 10 years, police officers and children alike in Flagler County, Florida, have looked forward to this unique, heartwarming aspect of the Christmas season, Shop with a Cop. Made possible through a partnership with Target, they say. It's taken place in many different counties, ensuring kids who might not normally get presents for Christmas morning have the opportunity to experience and create a truly Merry Christmas. Well, this year began the same way, according to the letter from the Flagler County Sheriff, Rick Stalley. Target Corporation officers alike were getting excited to bring some cheer to some needy families. But he said then a very unexpected email hit the sheriff's office back in October, canceling not just the event, but the entire partnership. In his letter to the corporation, Staley communicated in no uncertain terms how his office felt about that news, and he made it public. We worked with your local Palm Coast store, selected a date, and your employees were once again excited to participate. Then my staff received an email abruptly canceling the partnership. We were told that Target retired their Heroes and Helpers program and was introducing a new give back program to serve our communities, anchored to our purpose of helping families discover the joy of everyday life. We'll be expanding our impact and reach, partnering directly with local nonprofit organizations across the country to provide families in need of essentials, gifts, and more. Now, when we informed Target that our Flagler Sheriff's Children's Charities was a nonprofit 501c3, they ignored it. We received no response. Now, he says the sense of betrayal ran deep. The sheriff accused the Target Corporation of propaganda, arguing the company was giving lip service to its values regarding their public safety partnerships, community engagement, and being a shining example of a public-private partnership. He also accused Target of following the pathway of political convenience. He even said the company was displaying Grinch-like behavior. Now, he does say, despite the great disappointment of the situation, the sheriff's office rallied and made sure that the needy children in its area would not suffer from Target's seemingly abrupt decision. So the sheriff's office did what many disenchanted people with Target do. We turned to Walmart, which the sheriff says welcomed us in with open arms. So kind of a little black eye for Target for whatever reason. And again, I'm not, as I said, is it on a national level or just there in that particular shop with the cop in Florida? That I do not know. But all right, let's try again here. Heat wave, take 2.
Thank you, Senor. Appreciate the patience with me on that one. I was just at a Love's here in Pendleton, Oregon, and I was the only one in the restaurant, and they were 2 people making I don't know how many hamburgers for whoever was in there. The only person inside was me, so I guess it was the drive-through, and they were just elbows and a-holes everywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well, it's nice to hear that Beetlejuice is begging for help now. I mean, it just smacks of hypocrisy. Trump offers to help her out with her issue there in Chicago. And what does she tell him? No, we can handle this on our own.
Yep.
Well, now here she is screaming, hollering, and begging for help, saying, oh, the federal government's the best way to handle this. We need to get the investigations done and the gun confiscation, which right there raises a red flag. Who are they going to confiscate the guns from?
Yeah, and refresh my memory,
Only
wasn't
those that
Chicago one of those cities where they were, the whole defund the police mentality? I think they were, they were scrapping some of the police to bring in some of those, the counselors to respond to domestics and things of that nature. Then how many officers ended up losing their job? That kind of dropped off the radar because they had the whole vaccine mandate, and I believe there were several thousand officers that potentially were going to lose their job.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she had a problem to begin with many moons ago. And, to act like, this is the first time she's ever sought help when help was already offered to her. I mean, the Democrats really think the rest of us are idiots, that we have the mind span, the remembrance of a guppy or a goldfish. We know what happens now, but a second later, what happened? It is amazing just how stupid they think we are. And, for some, they're so damn true blue, they'll believe anything you tell them. You can tell them it's raining from the sky or it's, pee in the boot, one or the other, and they'll believe both is good to be drunk. So, it just surprises me to no end. Well, yesterday we lost you. I don't know where you went. It seemed like you were on the phone, and then a minute later you were gone. So I was going to ask you. You said you had some of the Red Ryder BB guns for your grandsons, and I was going to ask how old the littlest one was. She's going to be 2 in January, isn't she?
Yes. She's a tad too young for one. Yeah.
Oh, of course. We'd have to get her the Annie Oakley one. Yeah. Well, so I imagine whatever has to have some assembly required is probably for her.
That is
so
correct.
I'm sure she'll probably
you called
enjoy
that
it
one.
no matter.
Yep.
I'm sure she'll enjoy it nonetheless. Well, we're here in Oregon, and we really didn't have a whole lot. We had some snow on us there in Bliss, Idaho, but just as soon as it hit the ground, it melted. It was, I think, at 36, 37 at the time. My co-driver said he had nothing but rain all the way. Now, we're about 50 miles from Cabbage up here on 84. And right now I'm reading 34, and the roads are a little moist, but they're in that dry stage of moist. But I haven't had any precipitation actually hit me since starting out in Portland. But we are heading toward Mile High City, and they got us taking the southern route, which tells me there's some stuff going on in Wyoming they don't want us to go be involved in, whether it's weather, wind, snow, whatever. So which is fine with us. We'll climb the mountains to stay safe. And once we get there, then we're heading home. And I got a text 2 days ago from my wife stating that the alarm went off and nobody knew what in the hell it was all about. It said there was motion detected in the garage. And they figured, well, the dogs were in the garage and maybe they were getting frisky because one's male and one's female. So, you know, that has a tendency to happen. But, yeah, she went out today outside the garage. We have my son's household goods in our garage while he's waiting for his double wide to get delivered. And so far, we're going on month number 9, and it should have been delivered in October. So, damn bureaucracy with the DOT of Texas and New Mexico is absolutely killing us out here. But, it seems like someone broke into my pickup that's sitting outside. And when they tried to open the garage door, they noticed these 2 big behemoths laying in there, and they immediately closed the door so the dogs wouldn't come get them. Now, we've had the issue before where we had somebody out in the backyard trying to peek through the back door to the bedroom. Now, we've got cameras all around the house. Unfortunately, all my wife sees is me going to my car to go to work, and then later on that day, there's nothing until today. So we don't know what is going on there with the cameras. And those cameras are Wi-Fi. They're Wi-Fi, so that we have an app on our phones and on the home computer so they can see, you know, video from each different camera if they ever wanted to take a look at it. But, yeah, it looks like it's going to cost another $128 to get a 128 gig SIM card or whatever the hell they call them damn things to record and hold all these videos. Now, you know, that the crime from Albuquerque is spilling over into our neck of the woods 30 miles away. We've had issues with our community mailboxes getting ransacked, especially during tax time when they're trying to find all them tax checks returns. It is absolutely scary, to say the least.
Wow.
And it's getting worse. So, yeah, you know, and she's a redhead, Irish Indian redhead, but the Irish comes out plainly. And when all 4 tribes in the Irish get upset, especially with me, I sleep with both eyes open at night because you never know which one of the tribes or which one of the Irish is going to come out and get me. But yeah, that's been about it. So, yeah, I heard you were reading off an email from Santa Claus talking about I-80, and well, I tell you what, they can get all the moisture they can get. And I think you said before it'd take about 880 inches of snow, or was it 880 feet of snow, to remedy the drought they have going on up there in Central and Northern California. But, I mean, yeah, they really need it bad. Because pretty soon those mountains ain't going to have trees on it. They're just going to have weeds and brush because all the trees are going to get burned up. But other than that, I had not a whole lot to really talk about. So I just want to wish you, your family, and the family listening to us right now, whether it's live or podcast, y'all have a safe and a very Merry Christmas. And let's looking forward to hearing from y'all come Monday night. So again, Merry Christmas, Steve.
And you the same. Thank you very much. Heat Wave. Have a great weekend. It is 10 before the hour. Yeah. Last couple of nights, some of our discussion has revolved around electric vehicles. Recall? Interesting how this past day, the story comes down that electric car manufacturing is running into a hiccup, big time, as the price of one key material is rising. Trying to recall, did Vic bring that up last evening? I think he did. We were talking about some raw materials, but this is going to cause problems for the president and the administration as they were planning on growing the electric car industry to promote sustainability. That key ingredient is lithium, the key material to make the batteries. The cost of lithium, they say, is skyrocketing. In just the past 12 months, the cost of lithium has gone up more than 250%. According to Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, meaning the price of batteries, obviously, is going up significantly as well. I mean, we're all seeing inflation, but lithium up 250%. More on that just ahead. First, a 2-minute timeout here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Where we leave off there, let's get back to the calls. And Chevy Guy been hanging in there. Morning, Chevy Guy. What's going on? Yeah, wait a minute. Pick up there. Come on, computer. Take 2. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Well, hey, good morning. Where else would I be? Yeah, Merrick Garland, dude. You know, he's not gonna drag these criminals back into jail to do their time. But he said for they're reconnecting with their family, gainfully employed, and whatnot. Well, them political prisoners that are being held from the 6th, you know, they were gainfully employed. Almost all of them didn't have a criminal record, and they're so they've lost their jobs and they've lost contact with their family because the jail is exacting out punishment for it. You know, if you don't take the jab, you're gonna, you don't get to do nothing, not even a haircut, nothing. or visit time with your family. So you're losing that. So, and this is only on people that are basically only charged with vandalism and trespassing. So, there's not an, with liberty and justice for all. I'm sorry, that's liberty and justice for all. And that's what's making everything even rougher, because it's getting so unbalanced on all this stuff.
Yeah.
I disagree with somebody that I think a lot of, but if you're upset because all these people have signed a petition and they're trying to get the sentence reduced for this young man, well, I got to go on this route. It's the government of the people, for the people, by the people. Not from the government to the people, but from the people to the government. So when the government does something and the people, there's enough people to affect the government's decision, like maybe we'll rethink this. If the people think this is not made correct, like overcharging. The young lady that ended up pulling a pistol instead of a taser, 2 counts of manslaughter. I'm not sure how you can get 2 counts with one shot, but yeah, that's manslaughter. I think what was said, on the show, because I haven't followed it that close, but that don't seem to bother anybody else about any other thing that's been in the news lately. But, it seems like the prosecutor, and by the way, remember, prosecutors a lot of times, they want these conviction records piled up, so when they decide to run for office or any other political office,
right?
Yeah, I've got all these convictions. There's sometimes the justice part of that gets lost into her personal gain. So I guess the judge's hand was tied because she charged him with murder instead of manslaughter. So I'm just saying, if there's enough people to affect that, that's fine. I ain't getting excited about it. I did notice, thank goodness, Heatwave put some pictures out, and I find that odd now. Those, they're little signs, little indicators. If they didn't, if he couldn't read English or understand the signs, then, who gave him his license? He needs to go back to that part.
Yep.
If he only had, like we said yesterday morning, he only had a Texas CDL intra-state. I ain't never heard of that.
Yeah.
That he had no business in Colorado. Did he go there by himself, or who dispatched him up there? So there's a lot of things here that just don't add up. I can't get excited about. I think one interesting comment a friend of mine did say is, he just believed he didn't care. Well, 1984, I find, I got a tractor, a brand new tractor. It seems like from 1984, when I walked up to that tractor, I had the key to it. It's just from that beginning, I always walked up to my first tractor asking this one question: is this the one that's going to kill me? And I go from there. I care. I want to get home every night.
Right.
Sometimes you talk like these people are reckless, that they do not care about getting home to their families or their personal safety, then the truck safety, and then the motoring public safety. I come off a mountain in Luke, Maryland. Back in the day, they didn't have nothing but a just itty-bitty little sign. You can't even take a truck down there now. Chris or Gilligan can tell you this: the route going down in the loop, it's a nosedive. And I was driving that Duplex Max 5-speed, man. That's the only time I had to absolutely drop that down into the low side of the transmission and come off that mountain in third gear. And that thing it didn't have an engine brake. That engine was screaming going off that mountain. because there was nothing down there in Luke, Maryland I wanted to see that quick. You know, I had plenty of time to get to the bottom. So there's something, all of this stuff, smoking brakes, get back in the truck. Did he come down? You can't even get a decent answer to that. Has he been down that way before? I mean, did he get into a smoking brake truck not even knowing what he was facing? He passed all this stuff. He might have been froze in fear, solid, out of gear because he tried to downshift at a high rate of speed, and then you're not getting it back into gear. So I don't know. I'm just neutral on the whole thing, but at the same time, if enough people address their government and think that this needs to be corrected, I mean, no, you don't get to walk. What you bring it down? You bring it down from a 110, and bring it down to 50. You know, he's still going to be an old man before he gets out there.
I think if they did the whole concurrent versus, what do they call it, one after the other, whatever that word is, that I think it would come down to, was it probably like 30-something, close to 40 years? Because by making them one after the other, that's why he got to the 110. So, yeah, I mean, he might still be alive before he were to get out of prison. With the current sentence, if that stands, he'll never spend another day out of prison. All right, we get our news update, though. We hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday, Christmas Eve, as we'll call it. And don't forget, Hot Shot Secret, the #1 selling oil additive, the Stiction Eliminator, available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stop-In Centers nationwide, all over the country. Make your engine run better. Money back guaranteed. Grab a bottle of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator today. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The U.S. Army is developing a vaccine to fight against COVID-19 and SARS origin variants, and a report shows the new treatment could be announced within weeks. Scientists at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research expect to announce the one-stop shot after nearly 2 years of research that began with the DNA sequencing of the COVID-19 virus in early 2020. Scientists now need to understand how the vaccine interacts with people who've already been vaccinated or previously had the virus. In related news, the Food and Drug Administration has authorized a new COVID-19 treatment from Pfizer. It's the first pill to treat the virus to become available. The pill, known as Paxlovid, is seen as a major step forward in the fight against the virus, with trials showing it reduced the risk of hospitalization or death by 89% in high-risk patients. This is USA Radio News.
Here's a great thing to consider doing right now before the end of the year. Call Medishare and find out just how much you would save by switching to Medishare, the affordable alternative to health insurance. When you call, you'll get some good news and probably be very happily surprised, too. The typical family saves $500 a month, but you might save even more. It's so worth it to at least find out. And you'll see why more than 400,000 people are already members. Medishare is a Christian community that shared more than $4 billion in each other's healthcare costs. It really is remarkable, and they're very easy to talk to. And here's the thing. If you join before the end of the year, they'll waive your new member fee. That's another $170 you'll save. I'll give you the number here in a second. The call, and you'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is December 31st, so call now. You'll save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The U.S. Supreme Court has agreed to take up disputes over the Biden administration's nationwide vaccine or testing COVID-19 mandate for large businesses. The court will also review a separate vaccine requirement for healthcare workers. Justices will hear oral arguments on January 7th in the two cases. The Webb telescope launch has been delayed a day due to high winds.
Dangerously high winds will keep NASA's newest space telescope on the ground for at least an extra day, with the launch now targeted for Saturday, Christmas Day. The James Webb Space Telescope will launch from South America's northeastern coast to board a European rocket. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
NHL players will not attend the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics, the league announced on Wednesday. The league said the decision hinged on the disruption in the regular season because of the rising number of COVID-19 cases throughout the NHL. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is extending an invitation across the aisle to Democrat Senator Joe Manchin, and McConnell is asking him to switch teams.
Democrats are still trying to move forward with President Biden's nearly $1.8 trillion spending package after Senator Joe Manchin voiced his opposition to it, citing the hefty price tag and inflation concerns. Senate Majority Leader from Kentucky Mitch McConnell joins Fox News and says he admires Senator Manchin for sticking to his guns and says he's welcome to join the Republican Party if he wants.
I've suggested a good solution to his problem would be to come across the aisle and join us, where he'd be treated with respect. You recall the White House basically called him a liar Sunday, treated with respect, and find himself in agreement with the party he was caucusing with most of the time.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is asking AG Merrick Garland for help concerning the city's gun violence.
Detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities address gun violence.
Chicago's had more than 4,200 shooting victims this year. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good morning to Norman checking in. Good to have you on board as usual. Billy checks in. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive folks heading from Garysburg, North Carolina, down to Southport, North Carolina. Hello to one Crazy Ray. He says, Merry Christmas to all. As well as Franklin. Merry Christmas, Steve, to you and your family and all the wonderful truck drivers and listeners out there. Much love to you all. I really hope everyone has a great Christmas. And Steve, thank you for keeping me going. Oh, it's my pleasure. Just hope I can keep on keeping you going. Let's see. Jeff, talking about the inclines and whatnot. There's a hill coming into Luke, Maryland. It has 30-plus crosses on it, and that's one steep SOB. In other words, a lot of people have lost their lives on that hill, right? All right, let's see. Franklin, he also says, Thanks for keeping me going every weeknight. Like I said before, you're just a god of informational radio. Really enjoyed the program. Wish you all a great Christmas. Thanks for keeping me updated with real news. All right, speaking of the real news, hey, we left off talking about the electric cars, the batteries, lithium prices. Up 250% in the past year. Overall, there had been a downward trend in the pricing of battery packs over the past several years. According to the Department of Energy's Vehicle Technologies Office, the price of a vehicle's lithium-ion battery pack actually declined 87% from 2008 to 2021. But that does not make battery packs cheap. The cost of electric vehicle battery packs is about $132 per kilowatt hour. The average Tesla battery pack has a capacity of 100 kilowatt hours, which means the battery pack alone would cost over $13,000. Generally, $100 per kilowatt hour for a battery pack is the benchmark price necessary for electric vehicles to be cost competitive with gas cars. Now, at Tesla, one of Elon Musk's goals is to produce a $25,000 electric vehicle. That's about $15,000 cheaper than the current Model 3, which, by the way, is the cheapest Tesla on the market right now. But producing a cheaper model, very difficult when the raw and necessary materials, lithium, is so expensive. Earlier this month, the price hit about $31,395 per ton. Now, this is why the White House unveiled their electric vehicle charging plan of action, trying to promote sustainability and climate responsibility. You've heard all that. Looking at electric cars to do that. Electric cars are great, but there has to be a charging infrastructure. That was part of the infrastructure bill, I believe. The president has united automakers and auto workers to drive forward on clean cars. The ambitious target is 50% of electric vehicle sales by the year 2030, less than 10 years from now, 50%. The price tag on the electric vehicle charging action plan is about $7.5 billion. $5 billion slated for funding for states to build a national charging network, another $2.5 set aside for communities and corridors through a competitive grant program. Well, is it going to happen anytime soon? Electric vehicles, not a bad idea. So far, they appear to cost less in maintenance. It's undeniable that they're genuinely better for the environment, but the cost of electric cars is still prohibitive enough that the dreams of them replacing the gas automobile is still just that. That would be a dream. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back to the calls, and let's see. There's Vic this morning. Hello, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You hear me okay?
We got you. Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's happening?
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering, are you saving all the boxes that the kids can play with when they get bored with the toys?
Just play with the boxes? That's...
Yeah. Yeah, you know how sometimes they get more fascinated with the boxes than they do with the whatever was in it for a while.
Yeah.
And they'll get bored with that and go back to the toys. But no, I didn't mention the lithium batteries last night, but I have mentioned it several times. And one organization that I've dealt with for some time, it's a little bit liberal. They're the ones that are we got a parted company because they were fighting pipelines, and I couldn't quite convince them that pipelines were the best way to go. And oddly enough, now they're wanting to mine for lithium up in those same Indian reservations that they were all upset about the pipelines and the Ogallala Reservoir.
Mm-hmm.
Well, lithium mining is not green by any stretch of the imagination, and it can pollute groundwater for up to 300 years. So, I don't know exactly who's driving the whole thing with the lithium batteries, but back in the 90s when a lot of people were messing with trying to make an electric vehicle, it had a totally different design. And there's something called a Van de Graaff generator. It's the only thing that can generate enough electricity for the atomic bomb. And we were looking at putting the generators on the wheels and having a motor on each wheel. It was a electric powered hydraulic motor, no transmission or anything of that nature. It was quite different. And now you have a battery that goes full length underneath the car, and that has to be charged. They use a constant velocity transmission, which is also a generator. I mean, you talk about a Rube Goldberg setup. That's definitely one. It's a very, very cumbersome design, but that's the one the government is backing, and so that's probably the one they will go with. The same way years ago, the government backed the GM catalytic converter, although Chrysler had a better one. So now we have the GM design catalytic converter.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of leads me to a couple of things I was going to call about was on the this COVID research. The bad part about the COVID research is they put all their emphasis on these vaccines. And when Trump was there, he set this warp speed up to where they were supposed to do research on therapeutics. And the deal is, once they would get some therapeutics, they could drop from the biosecurity level 4 lab down to the biosecurity level 2 lab. There are a lot of biosecurity level 2 labs, universities and colleges and private things. Now, the only research that you can do on the COVID is either on a biosecurity level 3 or 4. And those are very common. You've probably seen pictures of them, people, dressed in their, look like a spacesuit, and you have to schedule time for it. It's a very, very cumbersome and time-consuming process. And that's what I'm having a hard time understanding. And many times they're actually in government labs. It's that's the only ones that has those biosecurity level 3 or 4 labs. So exactly why they are putting more emphasis on the therapeutics. I know you talked a lot about the ivermectin and what was that, hydroxychloroquine, and there are things that are known. They do know that ivermectin is actually a tetracycline, and they do know that the tetracycline is effective against this COVID virus, all the variants. And they have a world of research on acute respiratory disease, which is triggered by a lot of different things. And that's one of basically it causes the lungs to bust and they start filling up with blood and they can't have the oxygen exchange. Anybody that's raced horses or anything of that nature, you've heard them talk about, they broke a horse's wind or anything of that nature. A horse is a wonderful, beautiful animal, but he's actually kind of dumb compared to the mule, because a horse will run like crazy, and when he starts losing oxygen, it affects him some way, and they start running harder, and basically it causes bleeding in the lungs. So we know an awful lot about what happens in lungs when they're deprived of oxygen and everything of that nature. So why they're concentrating so much on these vaccines is a little bit curious. And that might be why, I forgot who it was, thought maybe that they were just after the money into this thing. Because if they concentrate more on the therapeutics, that changes the whole nature of research on this on these coronaviruses. If they have a treatment in place, the emergency authorization goes away, and the whole world changes. So that was it. But I sent you that email today about trying to point out the differences of how that fellow was prosecuted out in Colorado.
Right.
And LULAC is what they're protesting this on is they're trying to get it changed because it constitutes cruel and unusual punishment, because ordinarily that is not the way those crimes are prosecuted, or incidents, whatever you want to call them. But, you know, when you're out there driving on the highway and you see these signs, you know, in construction zone, kill a worker, this happens or that happens, and there's so much fine. You know, there are laws in place that covers a lot of this under the traffic codes. And that woman prosecutor out there, she went over to the criminal codes, which made, and she stacked up charges like crazy. And if you have 3 or more, you know, felonies, that's when they say, well, you have to serve your time consecutive and not concurrently. And I hope I don't muddy up the waters more here, but basically it's kind of like with the gun laws. You know, most states have passed laws now to where that if you don't have a gun secured in the home and a child winds up shooting himself or another child or something of that nature, people can be prosecuted. Well, obviously the child didn't intend to murder anybody. It was an accident. And that was a point that I was trying to make. She did not treat that as an accident. You know, there were a lot of, you know, no accident happens just strictly on its own.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of factors that went into it. And, you know, and that company, I'm surprised that if that company knowingly sent an interstate CDL holder across state lines, and I'm trying to figure out how he got from Houston, Texas to Denver, Colorado, and never passed a port of entry or an inspection station. I mean, I haven't ran out there. Well, I've been off the road for close to 10 years now, but I know in Texas, they would just pop up here and there. You'd be driving down the road and all of a sudden the lights would flash and then you'd have to pull into an inspection barn or, and they would check everything. And they were pretty thorough there in Texas. Most of the western states, they have what's called bug check stations at the port of entry. And I don't know how the individual got there. And I don't really understand why they would send somebody out into mountainous country and not give them adequate training. Like I said, the company has a lot to answer for because you know, how he got out there. And when you run in a lot of those states, mountainous states, you were mentioning tonight how you have to have change and everything else. And you have to stop. Many times they have, you know, the DOT at the top of a lot of those mountains if they've had a lot of accidents on it. So there's a lot of questions. But my you know, the big thing is I was just trying to point out that the guy in Waukesha, Wisconsin, he deliberately did what he intended to do.
Mm-hmm.
He should be prosecuted with the criminal charges. The individual in Colorado should have had to face charges under the traffic accident. And I don't know that much about the Colorado, all the traffic laws, but I do know that, you know, even you can get trouble out there for, you know, running without change when you're supposed to have change. And if you have an accident, the penalties get a lot stiffer. So people run out there and keep current, probably add more to it. But that was the point that I was trying to make. And what LULAC is saying is that they're filing federal court saying that, you know, it's cruel and unusual punishment, basically because that prosecutor filed criminal charges rather than staying with the traffic codes, which also has some stiff penalties in it. And,
right. That's like, what Heat Wave or Chevy guy was saying. It's not like he's going to walk. I mean, if they get things reduced, I'd say he's still going to, you know, at least it would be 25, 30 years. And with that, we got a 2-minute timeout. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, the saber rattling continues from Vladimir Putin and Russia. And what was the latest threat he made? Something along the lines of NATO would be left in radioactive ashes, kind of threatening nuclear war if they try to intervene with the Ukraine invasion. After that story the other night, I haven't seen anything further about, the intelligence community talking about maybe even a Christmas Eve invasion of Ukraine. Scary stuff. With all this, going on right now, what about what's going on way up above us? The International Space Station, they say, for more than 20 years. It's not just an orbiting laboratory, but it's been a vehicle for diplomacy, hosting astronauts from 19 different countries to work side by side in space. When in some cases, even the leaders could not get along on the ground, but you got a football field size station hurtling through space at 17,500 miles per hour. It's been a symbol of collaboration through wars and turmoil. I mean, it would be worthy of a Nobel Peace Prize to recognize it as the largest international peacetime endeavor in human history, according to one longtime space entrepreneur. But that very fragile coalition that's kept the space station going all these years is really beginning to come apart as the tensions between Russia and the U.S., the two main partners, are now at levels we haven't seen in many years. All of this is complicating efforts to extend the life of the station and keep the partnership going. Of course, today, Russia and the U.S. at odds over several issues, including Russia's possible invasion of Ukraine. We've heard, the president alluding to the sanctions that would be leveled on Russia if they were to proceed with a Ukraine invasion. All right, Vladimir Putin's most outspoken critics. Yeah, we've also sanctioned Russia for the interference of U.S. elections, as well as punishing Russian companies for supporting Russian hackers. Now, to make things even worse, the Space Force's first Vice Chief of Space Operations, here just a couple of weeks ago, I don't think we touched on that story when it broke, but I had seen that. Now, he said that Russia and China are constantly attacking U.S. satellites in a number of ways, like almost on a daily basis. Lasers, jammers, cyber breaches. That may all come to a head there. We get a news break in here. And to come back with more as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the Nasdaq rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card, play more, chat with other players, meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
What do you say? Get right back to the phones here. Busy on a Thursday. The eve before Christmas Eve. Let's see. Who we got? Is that Pup on the line? Morning, Pup.
Hey, how you doing, big buddy?
Doing all right. All ready for Christmas, are you?
Oh, yeah. Hey, before I get on to what I was going to, Vic might be interested in getting a book. There's a new book out. I've heard a couple interviews with this Holzer. It's The Truth About Tony Fauci, or The True Tony Fauci. And if what that author's saying is true, which I can't imagine it not being, or you get low. No, I really didn't call in for that, but I called in to wish you and everybody out there a Merry Christmas, including Chris and stuff, and keep things on a light note here. I'm thinking that Target turned down that Shop for Cops, or with Cops. That's a great program. We've got it up at home, or our local Walmart. But I think they got a new charity they like giving to it. I think it's called Thugs and Looters. I think that's what they're going after. Aren't they the ones that were targeted up there in Minneapolis and out there on the West Coast?
Correct. Yes.
Target?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what I thought. And after listening to that story from a caller a few minutes back, I believe it's one Heat Wave. Steve, do you remember back when we was kids and stuff? You ever remember watching the Roadrunner show?
Absolutely. I love the Roadrunner. Meep, meep.
That's right. And where was he from? He was from out west. I think our friend from out west has got himself an Acme catalog, because nothing from Acme ever worked right for the Coyote.
Uh-huh.
See, he bought grass seed, and it turns out to be fake grass. Then he buys an air conditioner, and whammo, it don't air condition. Then he buys security stuff, and it don't security. I don't know. It just I'm kind of putting two and two together on that one. But hey, I got a pretty cute little story for you here, real quick. Remember back in the day when they first came out with carnation milk?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, powdered milk, nasty.
Well, it's the milk that comes in a can. It's the
the condensed or whatever. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. Well, back when that first come out, the company didn't know how to put it out on advertising, so they offered a $5,000 reward. Well, this lady goes, "Man, I've done nothing but milk all my life. I could surely come up with something." So she sends it in. A few months go by, and pretty soon here comes this limousine, and pulls up there, and guy gets out and comes over and talks to her. Says, "Ma'am," he says, "the executives loved your ad, but we're afraid we can't use it, but we'll give you this $1,000 just so we can have it." And she goes, "Well, okay." Well, this is what she wrote that they couldn't use, Steve. "Carnation milk is the best of all. No tits to pull, no hay to haul, no buckets to wash, no Adams shift to pitch, and all you got to do is poke a hole in the SOB." Son of a bitch.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
Yeah, I know. I thought that was pretty cute when I got onto that. But I just called in to tell everybody have a Merry Christmas and have fun and stay safe. We'll talk at you later, Steve.
All right, you do the same. Thank you for checking in. Have a Merry Christmas, pup. How about Gilligan? Hey there.
Good morning, Steve, and good morning to all the cartoon characters. Yes, this is the unofficial Jolly Green Giant impersonator of the overnight drive. Yes, the man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the overnight drive. As you know, the Jolly Green Giant is on vacation, so I figured we needed a Jolly Green report. But I want you to know that being Jolly Green and his wife wants to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and we will celebrate it together. Also, that the Jolly Green and the Sex Maniac will be listening to the show, and thank you for taking my call, and have a Merry Christmas, Steve.
That didn't sound a whole hell of a lot like the Jolly Green Giant to me. All the cartoon characters out there. Let me quickly jump over a couple of other industry headlines to throw your way. This past day, the Federal Trade Commission announcing that the company founder of Omaha-based Werner Enterprises has agreed to pay a nearly $500,000 settlement for antitrust charges. Clarence Werner has agreed to pay $486,900 in civil penalties to settle charges that he violated something known as the HSR Act, the Hart-Scott-Rodino Act, while acting as director of Werner Enterprises. Now, that is an antitrust law that requires companies and individuals to report stock purchases over a certain threshold to the FTC and the Department of Justice, and to wait before closing the transaction so those agencies can investigate the potential competitive impact of the acquisition. Now, this is going back, according to the complaint, May 14 of 2007, when Mr. Werner exercised his stock options to acquire shares of Werner. He failed to make the requisite HSR filing, even though the acquisition, together with his prior holdings of Werner, caused him to cross the $100 million HSR filing threshold as adjusted. Through 2009, he made additional acquisition of Warner stock that he did not report, including several large open market transactions, they say. More acquisitions of stock in November of 2012, exercising his stock options, and February of 2019. Due to the vesting of restricted stock, he again failed to make the HSR filings for each of those transactions. Even though each transaction, together with his prior holdings, caused him to cross the $100 million filing threshold. Now, he then made additional acquisitions even after learning that he was in violation of the HSR Act. Several of Mr. Werner's acquisitions were large open market purchases. According to the Director of Bureau of Compensation, as a director of the issuer and an active participant in those transactions, he should have realized he might have regulatory obligations and he should have sought some legal advice. Even more concerning is the fact that he made some of those acquisitions even after he learned some of his prior purchases had violated the antitrust laws. All right, with that, what are we looking at? Get a quick chime out, get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I jump back to the calls here. Would this be the Flower Boy?
Steve, come on. It's Flower Boy.
Well, it says Flower Boy. I wondered about that, but I hadn't heard from you. So, yeah. Well, how the heck are you, Plowboy? I haven't heard from you in a coon's age.
Oh. Hanging in there. Just been busy. Well, you probably haven't heard, but, I guess, it's been a while. I've been on day shift, so about the time you're about ready to call it and go home or go upstairs, whatever you have to do, I'm just getting ready to go to work. And 12-hour day. Trying to get all these stores that's got that big old bullseye loaded up for that shell for Santa Claus. Yeah. You know how that goes.
All right.
But no, down here in Madison, Alabama, it's 31 degrees.
So you're still out there driving truck for a living. All right. Well, it's good to hear from you, man. Everything else going all right?
Oh, yeah. No, what I do, sir, I just move the trailers in and out of the yard to the dock so they can get unloaded and put them back to the yard. And I deal with all these damn yahoos that don't know how to speak the English language.
Yeah.
Tonight. They don't know G from Z from anything, Steve.
Yeah.
And then yet they wanted to argue. I had one, Steve, here just a little while ago, handed me a phone so I could speak into it. I said, no, I ain't going to do that garbage. And he looked at me funny. I said, right there is where it goes. And here he handed me the phone again. I was about ready to grab that phone and give it a throw. The other night, y'all were really talking about that wreck up there in Colorado. And you're talking about in the language barriers and all that could have been affected. You remember that one up there and happened up there in Wisconsin here a few years ago for the language barrier? It was on your show, reason why I'm branding it up. It was Gil Trucking out somewhere up there, I think Fresno, California.
Mm-hmm.
You remember when he was hollering, he had a bomb on that truck and he didn't know what he was hollering, but it was just language barriers. But I'm a little bit, I don't think 110 should have been, but 20, yeah, but not 110. Well, hell, we got people that, hell, they're trying to let people out of jail that murders. Oh, well, you know, what a story here a little bit ago with Merrick Garland, that yahoo. I mean, he just turned loose willy-nilly just because of the COVID virus. Wonder how many of them got rap sheets loaded in your arm.
Mm-hmm.
And I know accident was bad and it shouldn't have happened. Should have been out of the state of Texas. But Steve, Dick was a little bit off. I've run Texas 30 plus years. Yeah, they go to flashing their lights at them way stations occasionally. But if he came out of Houston, easy route, he probably didn't see a way station. He went up to Lamar, Colorado, Boise City, Oklahoma, never seen a way station that was open. Because a lot of them, unless it's a 72-hour check, Texas are not all that pressed on them. Really, they're not. But his first initial stop would have probably been in Lamar, Colorado. That's on Highway 287. 287 and 50 highway crossing. But other than that, yeah, I talked to some of your callers. That red mule still being, trying to make a dollar and talk a big head occasionally.
Yeah.
Hey, I do
Red
have a
Mule
question.
calls in on occasion. Yeah, Big Ed. He's working days like you, so every once in a while he'll stay up late and give us a ring. Yep.
What's going to happen first of the year? Who are you going to pull for? Put it on the line tonight. Christmas. Who are you going to be pulling for? You sure as hell ain't going to pull for that damn Michigan bunch, are you?
Well, no, I'll be pulling for UC.
You got Georgia. Do what?
University of Cincinnati.
You ain't going to pull for them little bitty Bearcats, are you?
Well, hell yeah.
Why? Over one of them would be a winner.
Yeah, you and your roll tide, roll tide. I know it. Boy, oh boy.
Well, I get off here. Y'all all have a Merry Christmas and tell everybody happy.
All right. Well, enjoy that New Year's Eve game. I'm kind of looking forward to that. There you go. And 6 before the hour. Roger checking in this morning. Hey, Steve, you know they have blackouts out west every summer. Yeah, the heat of summer. drain on the power supply. Are they going to only allow certain times during the day when you're allowed to charge your vehicle? Yeah, I've been saying that all along. Very valid point. And it's not just going to be California. It's going to be all over. And they're going to have to dramatically increase the power production to charge all those millions of electric vehicles. All right. Hello to Philly Dan checking in. Merry Christmas, Steve, and everyone out there. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Richard checks in. He says, got a late morning, Steve and everyone. 47 here in Central Florida. We actually have the furnace on in our house. The daughter and grandchildren visiting from California. All right. Have a Merry Christmas weekend there, Richard. Rock pick morning from Rochester, New York. We've got 28 degrees and some snow showers. Some of this accumulating 1 to 3 inches. Merry Christmas to all the truckers out there and our third shift night owls. All right. Hello to Rick. They're in Columbus. Check it in. Merry Christmas. Who else we got? Colton's on board this morning. Hello, young Colton. He says, hello, everybody. I'm back for the rest of this week. Guess got the Christmas vacation underway, right? Probably out all next week. I think the grandkids don't go back till January 4th, I believe it is. So, yeah, enjoying their Christmas vacation. Larry is on board. And we get back to the calls, and let's see there. Would that be the blind man? I believe it is checking in. Hello, blind man.
Hey, Steve. Merry Christmas to you and all. Giving you a report here. The mayor of D.C. has decided the mask mandate must come back. And I was listening to Rob Carson yesterday, and he was saying that he's got the COVA. I think it's his 10th or 11th day now, and he's taking I can't pronounce the eye drug or whatever. It's supposedly the horse medicine or something.
Oh, the ivermectin. Yeah.
Yeah. He's taken that and I can't even say it.
Remdesivir, I believe it is.
Yeah. So anyway, he was saying that the left, they're getting so desperate now, they may use the virus as an excuse to declare some kind of martial law just before the midterm elections, which is going to scare the daylights out of me. I'm just wondering if I'm going to be able to go shopping, or is that going to be restricted as well? I went to the one of the major supermarkets Sunday, and we're talking about inflation with the checker, and I said, well, my neighbor was complaining about inflation. I said, well, you voted for the guy. And she and a couple of other customers said, oh, no, don't go there. Don't go there. We know who started it. It's all Trump's fault. And when we get in the car, Amy says, you better be careful what you say because someone's going to bop you. And I said, well, it's still a free country as far as I know. So why are they so bent out of shape? And she says, I'll tell you when we get home. So anyhow, I guess that's my baloney for today. And I'll be calling Chevy Guy after the show and see who he's got on the phone. Jolly Green may be on the phone with him as well. So I just want to wish everybody out there a Merry Christmas, and just keep your eyes and ears open for anything. I don't want to end up like Australia and New Zealand, where you can get arrested if you're not wearing a mask on your front porch just for sitting out there.
Yeah, absolutely crazy, blind man. And yeah, and especially in light of the fact that, again, the medical experts have been telling us the cloth mask essentially does nothing against the Omicron. It's a face decoration. Why are the powers that be not getting that message? All right, Pappy on board tonight. I saw you were on hold earlier. He had to drop off. He said, are you going to be on tomorrow night? Nope, this is my final morning for Christmas week. So I'll be out Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, 3-day weekend. All right. Merry Christmas from Hobo Jack. Merry Christmas to you and all the listeners out there. Charmaine checks in. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Enjoy the show. This will be the first time in 21 years I'll be off on Christmas Eve, since we now get 1 day off a week. That's delivering papers schedule. So everyone be safe and, enjoy your vacation. Pappy did chime in. He said, I called a few times. It was busy. Finally got in on hold. Had to drop off to take some calls for work. Just tried to call again. It's busy, which is a good thing. I just want to tell you and your listeners, if you would, tell them for me, Merry Christmas to everyone out there. Merry Christmas to you, Steve, the Princess, Beth and Stephen, Chris at Hotshot Secret, and all the cartoon characters. You got it, Pappy. Thank you much. You have a super Christmas as well. And we'll return for our final hour just ahead, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot is pleading for federal help with gun violence.
I have formally asked the Attorney General of the United States, Merrick Garland, to detail ATF agents to Chicago for 6 months so that we can increase the number of gun investigations and seizures in Chicago. The federal government remains uniquely qualified to help cities like Chicago address the scourge of gun violence.
Chicago has tallied more than 4,200 shooting victims this year. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility and anger toward Americans who have not received COVID-19 shots. The president told the unvaccinated, quote, "You're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm." This is USA Radio News.
There are many things to think about if you are buying a home or refinancing your present one.
Like, what's better, a direct lender or a mortgage broker? We like to think that a direct lender like Fellowship Home Loans is best.
As a direct lender, there is no middleman and endless requests for more documents. This could save you time and impact your terms and rates.
As a direct lender, Fellowship Home Loans can often close your loan in less than 3 weeks. Let's talk about it at 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Regardless of your needs, Fellowship Home Loans wants to be your go-to source for home loans. Talk to a person, not a machine, at 800-804-SAVE. That's 800-804-7283 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
Home is actually our middle name, Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
New York lawmakers were briefly slated to consider a bill that would have empowered the governor to detain people without a court hearing or an immediate right to a lawyer in a state of emergency declared because of communicable diseases. That's according to a lawyer and commenter, Wesley Smith. The sponsor of the bill quickly withdrew it. Republican Senate leader Mitch McConnell is openly recruiting Democratic Senator Joe Manchin after his split with the White House over the president's Build Back Better bill. McConnell says if Manchin switched parties, quote, he would be joining a lot of folks who have similar views on a whole range of issues, unquote. The stakes are immense as a flip by Manchin would give Republicans control of the chamber. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of Christmas. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the Nasdaq rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. Tech companies and retailers led the gains. This is USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141.
800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
President Joe Biden has extended the student loan pause.
President Biden has extended the pause on student loan payments another 90 days to May 1st. The pause had been scheduled to expire at the end of January, and what the administration had said was the last extension it was going to offer. But the rise of the Omicron variant of COVID-19 led some Democratic lawmakers to ask for another extension. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Customers are facing sticker shock when buying food, but one senator is blaming the grocery stores. Senator Elizabeth Warren said companies took advantage of people in 2020, and they're now passing on more price hikes to customers. The Food Industry Association replied, quote, current price increases are due to a combination of supply chain challenges, from labor and transportation shortages to higher fuel costs and increased consumer demand, unquote. The Webb telescope launch has been delayed a day due to high winds.
Dangerously high winds will keep NASA's newest space telescope on the ground for at least an extra day, with the launch now targeted for Saturday, Christmas Day. The James Webb Space Telescope will launch from South America's northeastern coast aboard a European rocket. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
9 days after a tornado demolished a 3-story office building in downtown Mayfield, Kentucky, Sonny Gibson discovered his office cat, Maddox, was still alive. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Final hour off and rolling. Here we go. What else in the mix here? Head out to California for a California man facing multiple felony charges after troopers caught him behind the wheel of a stolen truck this week. California Highway Patrol spotted a stolen Freightliner traveling on westbound I-80. They conducted a felony traffic stop on the stolen vehicle at the Cordelia Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility. Driver of the truck was a California resident, 30-year-old Ronald Stevens, arrested without incident. The Golden Gate Division Cargo Theft Identification Program was called in. Items found in the recovered trailer included bulk freight items, various wines and other alcohol, Columbia brand clothing and merchandise, and some other heavy-duty equipment. About $250,000 worth of merchandise recovered in that stolen truck. Stevens gets to spend his Christmas in the Salado County Jail. Merry Christmas on those felony charges. Okay, back to the calls here. Let me see here. Eagle, you hanging with us?
Yeah, I'm still here, Steve. I wanted to get back in. You know, it wasn't when you mentioned Chicago, you knew I had to call back in. You know, when you mentioned the ugliest mayor in the history of the United States of America. Can you believe that, Steve? That she had, you know, during your breaks, you play something on your newscast. Can you believe that this loser had the nerve to say that she wants help from people that can control the situation in Chicago? Donald Trump, when he was in the White House, he offered to help this idiot several times. You know how many people have lost their lives in the meantime of why she bypassed the help of Donald Trump? And over a year, I think they said 4,200 people have been shot. It took that many people for her to realize that she needed help to get her city under control, Steve.
Yep. Sad, but true, yes.
4,000 people had to be shot before she finally realized she needed to get some help to get this thing under control. I've been calling your show for a long time, Steve, talking to you about the situation in Chicago. Like I say, she should have been fired a long time ago. She shouldn't even be allowed to be the mayor, or she even should resign in disgrace, because she's a joke and she's turned the city of Chicago into a joke. The thugs, the gangbangers, whatever you want to call them, have taken over the streets of Chicago and turned it into a modern day Afghanistan or Vietnam. I think they said a couple of months ago, more people are shot. You got more people being shot in Chicago, Steve, than what you got going on in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and that's embarrassing. So, like I said before, it was when I heard that come on your show, I had to call in when they said when she had the nerve to say she wanted some help for somebody to assist her getting her city under control. That's just a joke. It's just really a sad situation that they got going on in Chicago. They begin it on a new year. In the new year, when they do, you know what they need to do, Steve? When they do send some help in to Chicago, come January 1st, when they send people in, if they send people in to help her, when they send those guys in, they need to be sending her out of town. When they send help in, she needs to be leaving Chicago and going somewhere else, being out of a job come January 1st, the way I see it. Now, let me say one other thing, Steve, about this. People keep calling into your show talking about they feel sympathy for this man over in Colorado. Let me tell you something. They talking about he received 110-year jail sentence. Well, here's something that a lot of people, he gave him a death sentence, my friend, for all you people out there that supporting him. And I think a death sentence is a lot worse than 110 years jail sentence, my man. You think about it. And besides the point, I don't think he's going to live to be 130, 140 years old anyway. So I don't even know why you're talking about 110 years, because we both know he's not going to sit in jail for 110 years. He'll long be dead before it's all said and done, Steve. And one last thing about the coronavirus deal. One last thing about that, Steve, before I hang up with you. They said that one of the other leading doctors said Dr. Fauci, when he called and said earlier to learn the truth about Dr. Fauci. They don't want you to learn the truth about him, Steve, because if you learn the truth about him, a lot of people are going to be really shocked at what they find out about this man and what he knows about this virus, Steve. All I'm going to say about it, one last thing, Steve, is all the people that go out there and try to put things on YouTube, you try to put information on Facebook, you try to put information on YouTube, guess what? They shoot it down. They don't want people to know the true meaning of the virus. They don't want people to know all these different drugs that you're naming, Steve, that could possibly help you besides this vaccine. Anytime you bring up any of these names of these certain drugs that could actually help you with the virus, the Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube shut it down. And it ain't that kind of suspicious that they don't want you to know how to shut down the coronavirus. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
You got it. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a Merry Christmas once again. Hey, I've been talking about the lake effect snows coming into parts of New York. They were supposed to kind of diminish after the 2 o'clock hour. Well, here a little after 4 a.m. And it's, some of this snow falling from along portions of Interstate 81 all the way down, crossing like I-88 down towards Bainbridge, New York. There's some light snow extending as far south as Walton, New York. A little bit of the heavier stuff up toward, is that the town of Cincinnatus? Yes, it is. Let's see, you've got Linclane, Truxton areas. So, the lake effect snows continue to fall. Auburn, New York, still seeing some of that there as well. All right, so use caution. They find some slippery conditions up in the Rochester area also. Some lake effect snow coming off the lake there. Yeah, who else on the line here? Guess that would be the sex maniac. Hello, Sex Maniac.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Steve? How you doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Happy Thursday. Y'all ready for Christmas?
Yeah, about as ready as I'll ever be. I'm just going to hand out a bunch of money, just stand in line. You know? That's what I'm going to give my grandkids money. You buy them something, they don't like it, you just give them money. My grandkids are all into them games, so that's why we just give them the money and let them get what they want. But no, I just thought I'd call in, wish everybody on the radio that listens to your station or our program and everybody out there a Merry, Merry Christmas. And I wish you a Merry Christmas and your family and whoever else listens to the program. I hope you all have a big, wonderful day. And I guess we'll see you or talk to you Monday or something like that.
All right.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here and wish everybody a Merry Christmas.
All right. We'll see you on the radio, as they say, right? Yeah, of course, I used to say that. And of course, no, you can't. But now, yes, with modern technology and the Facebook and YouTube streams, yeah, we can see you on the radio. Merry Christmas out there. All right. Eagle brought up Chicago. I had to pull up the latest numbers here. Now, this is already outdated because this is the 23rd day of December. These were the numbers after the Thanksgiving holiday weekend, at which point they were saying with a month left in the year, the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office has recorded more than 1,000 homicides, the most in almost 30 years, passing that grim milestone over the Thanksgiving weekend, 1,009 homicides. The majority of victims killed were killed by people using guns. More than 90% of the victims were either black or Latino. Homicides have skyrocketed in Cook County over the past 2 years. 2020, 986 homicides, a 40% jump over 2019. This year's toll so far is nearly a 50% jump from 2019. But 81% of the homicide victims are black, about 15% are Latino, according to the medical examiner's office. How sad. Out of the 1,009, which again, the number is going to be much higher now because this was right at 3 weeks ago, 927 gun-related, 777 occurred in Chicago, where gun violence has remained stubbornly high throughout the pandemic. And Mayor Lightfoot finally decides it's time to ask for some help, huh? Hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I figured I should call in, and I didn't get a chance to say Merry Christmas to the whole listening audience out there in the overnight drive land, and Merry Christmas to Chris and Kyle and Josh and everybody over there in the Hotshot Secret Family, LSI, for, it's made our year a pretty merry year here for being them, have you back on to listen to and everything. So definitely an absolute Merry Christmas to everybody out there. The one thing I did want to say there, Sylvester there, I did hear call in, and I did want to make sure that I clarified that in no way did I want or have any need to have medicine or drugs be nationalized whatsoever. I mean, that all needs to stay in the private sector, private, industry, so that it's run the right way. In no way did I want that to be nationalized. I just think that they just capitalize on a lot of things, and don't want drugs to go out into the generic form to actually. I understand they have to make money, but they also it seems like they make a little more than they need to at some point. I don't know. It's just you move on to the next drug. You know, there's still enough other things that need to be made. So if you're gonna do that, you know, finish one drug and move on to the next one is all I was trying to say. Not that I wanted anything to go the other way, but anyways, there. So I don't know. I guess we don't need to touch on a whole lot of other stuff other than the fact I heard the telescope, the James Webb telescope's delayed a day going up over there in Europe. I guess they got high winds over there, so they're pushing it back at least a day to put the telescope up in the air. So I guess Christmas Day, you have to get up and while you're opening your presents, see if you can watch the telescope go up and see what happens with that. Hopefully that's a successful launch and starts out as a successful program, because as we've discussed, there's no way to go help it if it needs any help out in space, because we don't have our shuttles anymore to actually get out there and work on anything. So not that we'd have a whole lot of time to do it. By the sounds of it, sounds like it's going out to an orbit we probably wouldn't even be able to reach with shuttles.
That's the key. But, yes, it's going to go way, way out there. You are correct.
And the other thing with space, I heard that. Did you know anything about a comet that's supposed to be out here in the evenings? We had our meteorologist say somewhere, if you look towards the southwest skies with Venus, there's supposed to be a comet floating around there, and you're supposed to be able to see it at least with a pair of binoculars. So I didn't know if you knew anything about that.
Oh yeah, that's the Christmas comet Leonard. But yeah, you can't see it with the naked eye, and but they said binoculars, but even with binoculars, it was going to be a very faint, little green fuzzy dot or something. So.
All right. So I guess other than that, that's about all we got for you, and you have yourself all that there. And
all right. Well, you do the same. Merry Christmas, horse feathers. Yeah, the comet Leonard. It won't be back for 80,000 years, according to astronomers. Whew, that's a long time, huh? Yeah. So if you didn't see it on this pass, don't worry, you'll never see it. Comet Leonard. 22 past the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you think? How about the prospect of Ted Cruz 2024? You know, the whole president thing. Yeah, the headline says, and it begins. Is it a little too early for this? It's 3 years away. Ted Cruz yesterday argued that he is particularly well positioned to win the 2024 nomination for the Republican Party, citing the fact that he finished second behind Donald Trump in the 2016 primary. In an interview with the Truth Gazette, a conservative news service, asked whether he would consider launching another bid for the White House, Ted responded, absolutely, in a heartbeat. I ran in 2016. It was the most fun I've ever had in my life. We had a very crowded field. We had 17 candidates at one point, a very strong field, and I ended up placing second. Now, there's a reason historically that the runner-up is almost always the next nominee, he said, and that's been true going back to Nixon or Reagan or McCain or Romney, and it's played out repeatedly. You come in with just an enormous base of support. Yes, Cruz did achieve the second most delegates at the Republican convention in 2016 there in Cleveland, where a contingent of his supporters tried to derail Trump's nomination and disrupted the proceedings. Remember that? And Ted Cruz also declined to actually endorse Trump. In a primetime address, he told Republicans at that point in time to vote your conscience. And that statement was actually met with a chorus of boos there on the convention floor at the Republican convention. Yes, indeed. But Ted Cruz, I know many of our listeners that Ted was their guy. We shall see. Hey, good morning to the Dingbat on behalf of Brain Dead. What's going on with Brain Dead?
Well, his headset went dead.
Oh, okay.
Completely. He texted me while he was on the dock, and he was supposed not to. But he told me to call y'all and tell everybody Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Very good. All right.
So I'm about 30 minutes away from my destination, and I'm ready to get this trip over and done with.
And then get ready for Christmas.
Well, actually, he doesn't have to work Friday. I do. And I'm off on Christmas.
Sorry about that. So you got everything decorated. Y'all put your tree up. I supposedly there are still some people out there that, like on Christmas Eve, put up their Christmas tree, which I've never really understood, unless it's just their tradition or whatever. But you put it up, and then Christmas is the next day. We've had our tree up since right after Thanksgiving.
Well, we usually put Christmas trees up, but with both of our schedule, it's like, we'll just give presents to each other.
So you opted not even to get a tree. I mean, at least a Charlie Brown Christmas tree. Come on.
What's that? I mean, I'm just kidding. but all the cartoon characters, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year from Brain Dead.
Well, thank you very much. And you say that, I guess he's probably listening in, but tell him the same right back at you. Merry Christmas, Dingbat, and you too, Brain Dead. Be safe on that final run. And we'll chat maybe sometime next week. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Attorney General Merrick Garland won't re-imprison inmates sent home for COVID-19 protocols.
Merrick Garland's Justice Department announced Tuesday that the U.S. Bureau of Prisons is no longer required to re-imprison federal inmates who were released to home confinement during the pandemic. Mr. Garland said in a statement, thousands of people on home confinement have reconnected with their families, have found gainful employment, and have followed the rules. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry. Stocks closed higher on Wall Street on Wednesday, adding to the week's gains ahead of the Christmas holiday. The S&P 500 rose 1%, the Nasdaq rose 1.2%, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 0.7%. The Biden administration is facing backlash after expressing hostility towards Americans who have not been vaccinated. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much.
But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yes, Gilligan sent me the link to the story. We did share that earlier, I think, in our first hour. And for those who may not have been with us at that point in time, I call it wonderful news. After nearly 2 years, scientists at the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research believe they have developed a vaccine that is effective against all COVID and SARS variants. Researchers at the Maryland-based facility expecting to officially announce the completion of the vaccine in the coming weeks. That was the report. News of the new super vaccine as the latest variant, Omicron, brings a fresh explosion of cases to the U.S. just weeks after it was first spotted in California. It is now 73% of all cases being reported in the country. Monday night, the United States confirmed, they say, their first Omicron death in the USA. A man in his 50s from the Houston, Texas area. Now, he was not vaccinated, but had COVID previously. Should have had the natural immunity. After becoming infected again and succumbing, they did not mention any possible comorbidities. But they say the Army's been working on this vaccine since the very beginning, early in 2020. A final release date likely to emerge whenever they submit their trial results to the FDA. It also remains unclear whether this will be a single or multiple shot, but I mean, the first report I saw said it's a one and done, like a one-shot vaccine sort of thing. From the beginning, they worked to create a vaccine that could protect against all existing potential variants of the viruses, SARS viruses. They completed animal trials earlier this year, positive results. Went into phase 1 of human trials back in April. Those wrapped up here just a few days ago. They said phase 1 successfully finished earlier this month, testing against Omicron and other existing variants. They said that this vaccine creates both a strong immune response and broad protection against multiple COVID and SARS strains. SARS, of course, that's the really bad part, the severe acute respiratory syndrome, when it gets down in your lungs. And that's what most people that end up with the SARS side end up on the ventilators, right? So there you go. Phase 1 tested the vaccine on human subjects who had neither been vaccinated nor previously infected. The next step is testing on human subjects who have been vaccinated or previously tested positive, so they can determine whether those who've had the existing vaccines can take this as well. All right. Walter Reed is working with an unnamed partner for the next rollout of the vaccine, they say. News of the new vaccine, as Moderna announced on Monday, having a booster shot of their vaccine helped patients' antibodies jump 40-fold. Bosses at the firm saying the shot appears to provide effective protection against Omicron. Obviously, that sent their shares soaring by 9% earlier this week. Okay, but guess we'll have to learn more. I don't see anywhere where this is described as the controversial mRNA technology that has so many people hesitant to take the existing shots, at least the Pfizer or the Moderna. They're calling it a spike ferritin nanoparticle COVID vaccine, SPFN, whatever that means. That's what I guess other doctors are going to have to begin explaining how that works and what it does inside your body to spark the immune response. But things we'll be learning about in the coming days. Hello to Kentucky Ken on board this morning. What's going on, Ken?
Oh, I'm running down I-72, working my way to Cincinnati, Ohio for my last delivery. But I, like many of your other listeners, wanted to just wish everyone a very merry, blessed Christmas. And we appreciate Hot Shot Secrets and your show that so many have listened to for, so many years. And just wanted to wish you a happy holiday.
Thank you so much, Kentucky Ken. You're going to be off a few days, going to get home for the holidays, or you're going to be out there moving freight?
Yep. Nope. I will be home hopefully by this afternoon. And I don't go back out until Monday midday. And so I'll have me a nice little break. So it'll be good to be home for a few days anyway. So it's a blessing.
That's great. Well, enjoy that time at home with the fam, and hope you have a wonderful Christmas. I didn't get my hands on any, but if I could have used that to wrap up some of the presents for the kids. There's a merchandising company that made a last-minute decision just earlier this month. Hey, let's print up some Let's Go Brandon wrapping paper for Christmas. And it's a big seller. They've produced 260,000 square feet of the wrapping paper. They also have produced a wide variety of Brandon-related goods since the term caught on. Washington Examiner columnist Paul Bedard reported. The right-leaning company says the wrapping paper's been a massive success. We've actually never seen anything like this, according to the founder of Bring Ammo. He said, thanks, Joe, referring to the president, of course, Joe Biden's poor job thus far. Since launching, we've printed over 260,000 square feet of Let's Go Brandon wrapping paper. That would be enough to completely cover 6 NFL football fields. It's wild, he says. This is a company based out of Georgia that sells all kinds of conservative-themed goods. He said, what started out as a fun idea for some of the current customers has turned into a nationwide frenzy since launching. The wrapping paper has consumed 3,000 pounds of raw paper and kept the family-owned paper Georgia Print Factory busy around the clock. We're having fun with all the snowflakes out there, and we're putting money in our local community that makes for a very merry conservative Christmas. Let's go, Brandon. All right. It is great. Who's next up here? You got the Ranger coming up. CNI Dog. Would this be Coyote?
Yeah, afternoon, Steve. How we doing today?
Merry Christmas, Coyote.
Yeah, that's what I call word. I wish everybody a Merry Christmas. Everybody make a safe trip home. Hope everybody gets home.
Very good. Any special plans for your Christmas weekend or just Christmas with the fam?
I got my grandson's going to be there, hopefully, so spend some time with him.
That's good.
As usual, so nothing special. Up there in years, all the kids are grown up.
I hear you.
So,
Yep.
all right, I'll let you get back to get the rest of the calls in. Time running down there.
All right, well, thank you.
Wish everybody Merry Christmas.
I appreciate the call, and the same right back to you there. Thank you much. All right, Lone Ranger, what's happening?
Good morning.
Morning.
Is this your last night on?
It is. I will not be
your
here.
last night on?
Yes, midnight hour tonight. We'll start with some Christmas music.
Okay, and when do you come back?
Sunday night into Monday morning.
Okay, well, Merry Christmas then. This story you shared with us on this new booster that covers the Omicron, that's the reason I didn't get my booster shot. I got 2 Modernas, but I didn't get the booster because people are getting sick with that have the booster. And I was curious for some time if they're going to come out with something that covers that particular strain, because just like the regular flu, you have to get, they modify the flu shots pretty much every year because there's different types of strains that come out of the regular flu. So if a person wants to get a booster, should they hold off on the regular Moderna, which gives you 40%, and get that one, I guess? Is that what they're saying?
Well,
wait for that one, new one that covers.
They're not saying that by any means, because I mentioned earlier that they have another 2 phases of human trials. Now, if phase 1 went from April to December, it may be another year before that actually hits the market. But then again, they're going to be testing whether the new vaccine will work with people who have taken the likes of the Moderna or the Johnson & Johnson or the Pfizer, because that they may not be able to take the new one.
Well, I was back and forth on getting the Moderna booster because there's people that are catching this Omicron who got all 3 shots.
Correct.
So I don't think maybe it's a waste of my time. I don't know, but okay. The latest attack on Joe Manchin is now he's a racist. This thing is driving me crazy. Anytime you disagree with the squad, you're a racist. But I took a look at this BBB, this Build Back Better.
Yes.
I can't find anything in here that involves race. And if anything, it hurts people of lower income. And here's a few items that I picked up out of this. There's an article in the New York Post about the 8 negative effects of this BBB. They're lying about this, Steve. Absolutely lying about it. They had the CBO score it, but they only scored 1 year. And if you take it over 10 years, it's a $2 trillion increase in cost. It's going to cost us $2 trillion more than what they're saying because they only scored it for 1 year. Now, number 2, it's going to reduce the GDP by 2.8%, going to reduce wages by 1.5%. It's going to reduce work hours by 1.3%, and it's going to expand government by 25%. Number 4, now here's the one, they're always saying that, Democrats are opposed, or they're opposed to giving anything to rich people. Okay, here's what it does. SALT, which is state and local tax deduction. Currently, it's $10,000. The people have to pay state and local tax. Some states don't have it, most do. That goes from $10,000 to $72,000. That means, here's what it comes down to. The rich will benefit by $19,000 each. This is average. And the median household income person will get a $20 benefit from this increase. Now, Steve, how many people do you know in your circle of friends that have state and local taxes to the amount of $72,000?
Right.
That's more than the average person even makes in a year, which is around 50 grand, give or take. So there is the benefit to the rich. And now the child tax credit is going to be extended to illegals. Illegals don't file taxes. So how do they get this child tax credit? You have to have a Social Security number to file taxes, which most of them don't have unless it's fake. How are they gonna? It says it's extended to illegals. I don't know how they collect it though, because if you file, you have to have Social Security card. Okay, number 6, child care reform. Now it sounds good, right? Well, here's what it comes down to: the average cost of child care is going to increase for the average person by $13,000 per year, because there's going to be new regulations, and there's also going to be huge salary increases for child care workers. So it's going to cost the average couple $13,000 per year more for child care. Number 7, you got $2 trillion in tax increases. This is the largest tax increase in 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
In New York, when it's all said and done, people live in New York are going to be paying 66% of their income, and the corporate tax increase will be triple what it was in 2017. Now that will immediately start sending people out of the country, just like this is Obama all over again. All the new regulations, taxes, sent all those companies overseas to cheaper areas where they have cheaper corporate taxes. And number 8, the earned income tax will be going up $2,700 for a married couple. So this thing is a disaster. Now, did you hear anything in there that involves race?
Nothing.
Except for poor people, including minorities, paying more money. That's the only thing connected to race that I can see in this. And they had a black activist on, it was either MSNBC or CNN, it makes no difference, they're all the same. And he's railing about Joe Manchin being a racist, but they never asked him specifically what was racist about saying no. What specifically in this BBB involves race? And the answer is 0, unless you look at tax increases. That covers every race. Now, one last comment I have. You said that this Let's Go Brandon is a conservative movement. That is incorrect, because we're seeing stadiums full of college students hollering Let's Go Brandon, or basically the true meaning, which
FJB.
is F Joe Biden. That's
right.
Yeah. And how many colleges have conservative students in today's world?
Yeah.
Most of them are left wing. So I would say this is a coverall. It covers everybody. Democrats, Republicans, independents, libertarians, that makes no difference. This guy is a disaster, and everybody knows it, including common sense Democrats. These college kids mostly are brainwashed liberals, and they're also screaming, "Let's go, Brandon." So I think it's incorrect to call it conservative, because right away that opens the door for everybody to criticize it. Oh, that's them conservatives over there, that's,
right,
criticizing the president.
It's like it's only Trump
it's
supporters.
Not true.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay, that's all I got. Have a Merry Christmas.
Hey,
talk to you later.
Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, Lone Ranger. Hey there, Big Moose.
Hey, what the hell's a common sense Democrat? The last common sense Democrat we had, they parted his hair in downtown Dallas.
Yeah.
Ain't been one since, as far as I know.
Yep.
Anyway, just called to say Merry Christmas. I know I've been kind of an unsociable prick here lately. I've had a lot going on. I ain't been keeping these. I've been solar powered the last week or so. I just wanted to call and wish everybody Merry Christmas. Hope you have a big old turkey leg and get your belly full and have a big time.
All right, that's great. I've been wondering where you've been there, Moose. Been missing you, so yeah, good to hear from you.
Well, I'll see if I can't get back to swing of things here next week or two. I know the kids already come over, got their cards full of money and left, so it's going to be me and the Wonder Hounds hanging out this weekend. It's too cold to do dinner with a family. I was going to go get me a peanut butter sandwich and go eat it at the cemetery, but a little cold for that, so I think I'll just stay home with the dog.
Yeah. It's 2021 has sucked for you. We know that. And I don't know if you were with us that first hour. 53% of Americans say 2021 sucked.
Yeah, I'd say it did. It's probably the worst year of my life so far. And I'm not even I ain't got no expectations for 22 because I thought he couldn't get no worse than 2020, and boy, was I wrong.
Yep. You are correct.
Well, keep it between the spotted and the solid and watch your top knot, and we'll see you on the flip side in the Happy New Year.
All right. There you go. Thank you, Moose. Do your best to have a good Christmas, right? Which, it's going to be all but impossible. It's a whole new world. That special someone's not there. Hey, real quick, like CNI Dog, what you got for us?
Merry Christmas. Real quick, I'm wondering if that'll cure the common cold, that Walter Reed thing, because it is a coronavirus. Something to think about. As far as I'm concerned, Chicago might as well change its name to Gotham. I mean, they took down all the statues over there that resemble anything. When Trump offered her assistance, she said, F you. And it was all over the media that she said that.
Yep.
When she was on the Mancow show, it was like a chameleon. She was very pleasant. She sounded great. And every time I hear her do her news bits, she always sounds angry, like upset, even when she's just talking generally. It's night and day between the Mancow show and reality. Also, heat wave for Christmas present. I apologize for continuing on with the narrative of Steve's party. I mean, the party's been going on since back in the day, the watermelon roast with the dynamite in the pool. So I just kind of rolled with that. So Merry Christmas. There's your apology. And as far as the cartoon characters go, I remember saying that, and you say, wait a minute, that's my line. But I guess it's open forum on that one. Honestly, I love you, and I love the show, and I love all you guys out there. I really do. And keep doing what you're doing. You guys got a good head on your shoulders. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. CNI Dog, you do the same. Have a Merry Christmas. I'm going to squeeze Larry in one last call before we wrap up our final show before Christmas. Go ahead, Larry.
Just wanting to say Merry Christmas to everyone, the cartoon characters, as he put it. Remember, it is celebrating the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ. I hope that everybody has a safe holiday. I'll be driving to Beaufort, South Carolina today to go visit my grandson in the Marine Corps at the air base there. And you, Steve, your wife, the family, and all the people on the show, Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Larry. We'll talk to you after Christmas as we head into the countdown to the new year. And that goes for each and every one. Thank you so much. Don't forget, Hot Shot Secrets, #1 selling oil additive, the Stiction Eliminator, is available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers. You can get it all over the country. Make your engine run better. Money back guaranteed. Grab a bottle today and have a wonderful Christmas. Thank you much. We'll chat back with you here Sunday night into Monday morning. Hope you'll join us for the next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.